Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swadhyat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome all of the viewers who are joining us now for this program across the world, in different time zones, in different countries, no matter what language you might be speaking, no matter where you may be native to. I welcome each and every one of you for this program on Nithyananda TV and Kailasa TV, and all of you who are joining us on Facebook, Instagram, on Twitter or YouTube, and also all of the celebrated Kailasians across the world who are joining us from the de facto spiritual embassies, the Kailasas, and also the Devalayas, Annalayas, the Gurukuls, the Satsang centers, Padaka mandirs, everywhere you're joining us from. I welcome you all right now for this program as we're entering into the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. Yes, and each and every one of you, you might be looking for wealth in your life, abundance of wealth, more money in your bank account, savings, in order to take up responsibility for the future. Or you might be looking for long-lasting relationships. You might be searching for the people in order to make this happen, and in order to have long and lasting, healthy relationships. Or you might even be looking for more health in your life and taking care of your own body, and perhaps suffering from a chronic illness that you need a breakthrough from. Whatever it is, we're always looking for some form of love in our lives, a deep inner fulfillment that is yet to be fulfilled, that needs to be attended to be taken care of, not just by our normal social and human means, but by a divine happening in your life, the divine cosmic beings. And these very divine cosmic beings in Sanatana Hindu Dharma are real and are continuously interacting with each and every one of us, continuously making themselves available, continuously making their presence available on planet Earth. And through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, each and every one of us is able to experience the higher reality, the higher ambition of all humanity, and the higher consciousness through the incarnation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as he has landed on planet Earth for that very reason, for fulfilling each and every one of us, taking care and attending to each and every one of us. And during these times, especially when there is so much of turmoil in a whole social society and social setup, when literally so many millions of people are grieving the loss of loved ones, and even more are even losing their life without even the chance to seek deeper fulfillment and higher ambition in their life. And it's at this time that the need for the worship of Devi, the presence of Devi Parashakti, becomes stronger inside of each and every one of us. And that yearning, that deep and unfulfilled feeling inside of you is stronger, more potent, and able to drive you towards looking for something to fulfill that seeking. Now today, during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan program, you will be able to experience just that fulfillment of lifetimes of karmas. Today, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a very beautiful way that you can break down the inner violence that is going on and completely discard it from you as a person, and let that consciousness inside of you radiate ultimately. And Bhava Samadhi, actually what it means, Samadhi means oneness with the source, and Bhava means emotion or aspect. So together, Bhava Samadhi means attaining oneness with the source through a certain aspect, through a certain emotion. And in this program, we are essentially attaining oneness with the source through the bhava of Devi, through the connection to the divine as Devi Parashakti, as our cosmic mother. Devi Parashakti is literally the embodiment of the cosmic mother and the embodiment of the divine feminine consciousness. She is the source of billions and billions of universes, where all of us have come from, where all of us are even in right now, and in which all of us are going to merge. In this way, she is the source Shakti, the source power, source energy. Devi Parashakti is the divine consort of the Paramashiva and the primordial deity, who is the ultimate listener, known as the mother of the whole cosmos, taking care and attending compassionately, attending each and every one of us as we go on in our lives. And today, during this program, just by listening and imbibing the material, imbibing the powerful cognitions of Devi Parashakti, and which is broken down and given to us in a user-friendly way by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we will be able to simply transcend our normal patterns and behaviors and attain something greater, something higher in our life. And in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we recognize that the Vedic tradition actually is very fundamentally surrounding the worship of the mother. And it is one of the lineages or traditions which is the oldest in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and the tradition which, if there is absolutely no other traditions, and they were all lost from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there's 10,000 sampradayas or lineages and traditions that exist in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. If all of that was lost, then if we just won the Shakta sampradaya, the tradition of mother worship, was revived, that itself is enough to simply awaken the rest and bring back the rest of what is lost in Hinduism. That's why today there's so much emphasis on the Shakta sampradaya. And the Vedic rishis and Hindu scientists of our civilization understood this very one thing. And they understood that primarily, the relationship that we have in our lives is first and foremost with our mother. Before even we know the idea of relating or relationships, we have a relationship with our mother through the umbilical cord, and then after that, after our birth, continuously interacting with our mother. Even if you are an orphan, if you didn't have that interaction with your mother directly, still somewhere at that point when you are in the womb, you had a relationship. And that is important in the formative years of our lives, as we are understanding, as we're starting to grasp the whole world, our understandings of life, the universe, and others around us start in this very time. And it's so important for us to, in this way, cultivate a relationship with the divine cosmic mother through the mother and completion with the mother, and achieve higher consciousness in our life. And that's exactly what will be happening through this program in the live Darshan of Devi Parashakti. Now, each and every one of you have a way now to deeply have transformation in your lives just by listening and deeply internalizing what's being presented in the next segment. Right now, in a few short minutes, we will be joined by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasams, who will be guiding us through the power manifestation segment, and you'll be able to see the extraordinary Shaktis, being radiated by the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans. But before that, let us briefly go over the introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is born on the 2nd of January 1978 and the reviver of Kailasa, the macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And from the very birth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized by esteemed enlightened masters and gurus and his predecessors in the Guru Parampara. And at that time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism imbibed the sciences from them of the power manifestation and the temple-based lifestyle, as well as yoga and other science of consciousness. And today has revived that for the whole humanity, in order for the humanity and for all Hindus across the world to enjoy this rare and authentic science. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is today ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tunde Mandalam Adinam, the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam and the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akhada and the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailashonata Shamalapita Sarvajnapeetham, the Madurai Adinam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akhada, and as well the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is elected as this title, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in 2015 by a group of esteemed leaders and a congregation of more than 1,000 esteemed Hindu leaders. So, and today the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is known as a commentator on the Vedic scriptures, including the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishad, the various sutras, including the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Jain Sutras, even the Ashtavakra Gita, and much more. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books, and each of these in a language, either English, Tamil, or Sanskrit, and then further translated into more than 50 languages. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken and given discourse for more than 20,000 hours, which is available for you to explore on YouTube. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has founded and revived over 100 Sarvajnapeethas and has established the 108 ancient enlightened lineages, including the Rudras and Rudrakanyas, the Rishis and Rishikas, the Sannyasis, the Bhairavis, and so much more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, the world's largest Hindu university with satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also enriched and enriched 1 billion people digitally and revived more than 1 million palm leaf scriptures and 20 million digital books through Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library. With this, it brings us now to a conclusion of this segment on the introduction to today's program, and I'm now inviting the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans to join us for the next segment in order to proceed with the extraordinary Shakti demonstration. And you will be able to literally see the possibility that lies ahead of you through just one simple initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now, after a short break, we'll be right back with you, and we'll be proceeding with the next segment in today's program. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. After a short break, we will be right back with you.
Yes.
Completing with all the viewers for that technical glitch. As we are sorting that, we'll be able to proceed with the next segment. And each and every one of you, I invite now to like and follow in all of the various different channels today. You can ensure that on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and YouTube that you are following on all the official handles of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With that, let us now go into the next segment of today's program and start with the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans, who will be guiding us with the extraordinary power demonstration. You can take a few minutes now and go ahead and like and follow in all of the various different channels. On a Facebook, our official page is at Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam, and on YouTube, Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel is the official channel of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can take a few minutes now and you can go ahead and join and receive all notifications at any time in order for the live events, the special dikshas, the darshans from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and so much more. And now, after a short break, we'll be right back with you. We now have joining with us the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasams in a very short time. So after a quick break, we'll be proceeding with the next segment.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Thank you so much, Manitya Sadashivananda, for that beautiful introduction to the segment. The next segment, which all of you will be witnessing, is the power manifestation, where all of you will be witnessing the powers of Paramashiva being manifested right in front of your eyes. So the two powers which all of you will be witnessing is the power of third eye and the power of body scan. Power of third eye is where one awakens the ability to see through the cosmic browsing center, which is the third eye located between the brows. And the second power is the power of body scanning, where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and any problems in the body and even reveal solutions and the root cause of the problem. And before we begin with this power manifestation, let us first learn what are Shaktis. In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. And Paramashiva beautifully tells that Shaktis manifest from the cognition that you are the divine and that you need to manifest the divine. Not from the cognition that you are a man and that you need to reach the divine. So let us see the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis, the two types of manifesting powers. Shaktis are the powers which manifest from deep feeling connection and oneness with the divine. And Siddhis manifest from tapas or deep penance for enlightenment. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are the powers which manifest through ordinary human beings just with one initiation, Diksha, from the avatar. And they are permanent and they are the ultimate. And Siddhis, whereas are not permanent, they may divert you from enlightenment. So who is the source of all these Shaktis? How do we manifest all these Shaktis? How do these Shaktis get awakened in us? Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberation. And Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the living incarnation, as the 1008th living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva, the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic bodiless human nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, these truths, these knowledge, all these sciences were passed down from generation to generation by the Guru Shishya Parampara. So even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, was trained and taught to revive these sciences by the Guru Parampara, like the enlightened gurus like Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, Thinnai Swamigal, Visari Swamigal, Pundi Mahan. So many of the enlightened gurus have initiated and trained Swamiji personally to revive these sciences. And these sciences are now being transmitted to all of us with Diksha. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Just as I told, we manifest all these powers through Diksha, just with one initiation. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy, which is transmitted to us. And then it is like, take an example of a lamp. If you have one lamp with oil, with everything is ready, and you have another, and that lamp is not lit. If you have a lit lamp, you can, it's possible to light it, right? Same thing. Swamiji is the lit lamp. All of us have a third eye. It just has to be awakened. Swamiji beautifully says, anybody who has a head has a third eye. It just has to be awakened. So our third eye is like the unlit lamp. Swamiji is the lit lamp who comes and lights us. That is the initiation. That is the power of Diksha. So let us now watch a small video which explains the power of initiation, how this Diksha is transmitted to us, and what happens after we get the initiation from Swamiji.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi. Tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422
Yes. With that beautiful video which explained the science of initiation, let us now see the four pramanas, the four aspects of evidences. How are these powers, this science of power manifestation, authenticated? So the first is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas, or the authorities of Hinduism, Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this extraordinary science. Next is the Atma Pramana, or The account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of our manifestation, and last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So where do we get all these Shastras from? Where do we get all these Shastra Pramanas from? From the Vedas, which is the living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus, and they are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. And any reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called a Shastra Pramana. So now, without further delay, let us witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Along with me, I have an extraordinary Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Maniti Virajananda, who is 16 years old and who is going to be demonstrating this power of third eye to you. And all of you will be witnessing it right in front of your eyes. So along with me, I have I'll post the slide. Yes. Along with me, I have medically tested blindfolds. You can see in front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge, and there is no gap between the opaque sheet and the sponge. And I'm even pressing it and showing there's nothing inside the sponge. And there is no possible way of light entering inside the eye band. So this is the eye band I'll be placing on Mavirija's eyes, and she will not be touching the eye band. She will not be moving her hand anywhere near her nose, eyes, ears, mouth, nothing. She will be keeping her hands down, and the eye band will be on her eyes. If there's any adjustments she wants, she will be requesting me to do it just to make it more foolproof. And before that, I request you to turn to your right, left, up, and down. So you can see there's no wires, nothing. There's no wires or anything on her. It's just her with her jewels. That's all. So now I'm going to be placing this eye band on her eyes, and I'm opening this strap in front of all of you. Placing the eye band on my eyes. Mavirija, are you comfortable? Yes. Okay. So I request you to turn to your right, left, up, down, all around. Yes. So you can see that there's no gap between her eyes and her eye band, and it is completely, her eyes are completely covered. There is no possible way of light entering inside the eye band. So now all of you can go ahead and post your comments and emojis, anything. You can go ahead, post medical terms, scientific terms, comments, emojis, shapes, paragraphs, letters, numbers, anything you want on the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the SPH JGM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. Go ahead and post anything you want, and Mavirija will be reading it out live in front of you. Yes. So all of you, please go ahead, post your comments. I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. I request the YouTube comments to be zoomed in now. Yes. So, latest comment, which is posted in Kailasa's HDH channel, is by Naveen Kumar Somanatha. So the comment is posted by Naveen Somanatha. Is posted, please pick Chennai as Singapore and please pick India as USA. And before it is posted, 3 Namaskar emojis. And before that, Naveen Kumar Somanatha is posted. Because of Nithyanandam, many attain their destiny. And before my Eva Anderson is posted Nithyanandam. Yeah. Wow. That is beautiful. Very fluently, without any gap, nothing. Mavirija was clearly able to read all the comments which is in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Let's now move to Facebook comments. I request the comments to be zoomed in more. I request the comment section to be scrolled down. Mavirija is in there. Yes. The latest comment is posted in the latest comment in HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel is posted by Ettagunta Nagabhushanam. Has posted, one Innova car, please help me to Swamiji. And before he has posted Swamiji, and then before he has posted, give me one flat house in Nellore, one car, please help me to Swamiji. Yes, surely, Ayya. You get Devi Parashakti's blessings for it, and surely you'll get it. Just with the blessings with Devi Parashakti, you will be able to manifest what you want, Ayya. So when Devi Parashakti comes live, you can surely ask your question and ask for this blessing, and you can get her blessings. Yes. Anyone else wants to post their comments? Please go ahead. You can post emojis. Emojis, comments, letters, numbers, shapes, anything you want in the comment section in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the HDH Stadium Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. Yes, that is a very beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. So now I'll be removing the eye band of Mahavira. So in front, it's completely the same. Behind, it's completely the same. There's no change to the eye band. And yes, so this was one of the extraordinary Shaktis which you saw today. You will be witnessing one more extraordinary Shakti, which is the power of body scanning, being manifested by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, where they will awaken the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues through their third eye. So please go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the HDH Stadium Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel for a request for a body scanning, and surely we'll be doing a body scanning for all of you. But before that, let us move on to the Pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana. to the power of body scanning, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshma tarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhattvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. And by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is manifested, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is from the life of a Siddha named Terayar. Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. And one day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing and scanning. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And the surgery is successfully completed, and the person is completely healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Terayar. Next is the Atma Pramana, from the life of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. On the 22nd of December 2019, Swamiji beautifully shares how he uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups in late April. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the power of body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. So, next is the live Sakshi Pramana, which you will be witnessing. All of you will be witnessing the Balasams of the Nithyananda Gurukul, manifesting and doing the body scanning for all of you, revealing solutions, revealing the root cause of the problem, and even completely healing all of you. Just with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, the Balasams and the initiated disciples are able to do this. And it is not only them, it is also you. This power is not just to show you that we can manifest, it is to show that all of you have the possibility of manifesting this power. So we'll be back with the Balasams and the Nithyananda Yogis after a short break. Yes. Now I'm back with the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Ma Soni and Maniti Virajananda, who are going to be demonstrating this power of body scanning for all of you. The expressions of me, I am Ma Mahajalandhara Nithyananda has posted Nithyananda, my daughters, I've been away with illness. The guidance for from body scanning was very useful during that time. I'm still recovering slowly, taking things a step at a time. Yes, ma, amazing. Just follow whatever Paramashiva reveals, just follow that and you'll be completely healed from whatever illness you're facing. And yes, let's move on to the Facebook comments and see if anyone has posted a request for body scanning. Valescents are eagerly waiting to manifest this power for all of you. Let's now see the Facebook comments. Sindhu Charan has posted, Nithyananda Ma, can you tell me the root cause of my hip pain? Thank you. Yes. Okay, so Ma Virija, you can do the body scanning for Ma Sindhu Charan and you can reveal the root cause of Ma Sindhu Charan's hip pain. Anyone else wants a body scanning? Please go ahead and post. Okay. My expressions, Ma Mahajalandhara Nithyananda has posted, I'm rebuilding my gut again. A huge detox happened through my gut, cleaning out a lot. Built up impressions from 3D Maya matrix. The warnings of what was ahead were given during the previous body scans. Yes, thank you so much for getting back. As I was sharing with all of you, there are so many cases where the third eye reveals something which the person is not able to relate to. But if they actually see, that is what slowly starts happening with the other problems which they have, or it is a problem which they are unaware of. So that body scanning really help you and give you a precaution of what to do and what to help your body before it becomes big. Amazing. Thank you so much for coming back. And Mahajalandhara has posted any further guidance. Welcome. Okay. So Ma Soni, you can just do a quick body scanning of Ma Mahajalandhara and then reveal any solution you see. Yes, Ma Virija, you can go ahead and reveal the root cause of the hip pain for my Sindhu Charan.
Yes. So, what Paramashiva showed me, Ma, because of your hip pains, actually, I was able to see that your, especially the hip region, the bones of the hip region, the pelvis, was not actually strong enough. Like you get very frequent hip pain because of this, and because bones of that area is not strong actually. Like the amount of energy which you have in that region, so it's really a lot. But your pelvis bone is not able to hold the type of energy. So the solution, what I'm able to see, Paramashiva should very clearly eat a lot of calcium-based products. Basically, like paneer, milk, curd, butter, buttermilk, a lot of dairy products. And also, in that area, put vibhuti, bhasma, thick layer of bhasma before you go to bed. This will strengthen the hip, and do this for 14 days now, and you will see that your hip pain will disappear within the next 14 days.
Wow, amazing. So Paramashiva revealed the solution, the problem, the root cause, the solution, and even the time, how much time it will take to heal. Amazing. So Ma Sindhu Charan, just follow what Paramashiva revealed. You will be completely healed. And the one unique thing about the third eye is the third eye never reveals any logical solution. Like for one person, one of the Balasins did the scanning and revealed that you have less blood. So do headstand. Do handstand for 1 minute in the morning and 1 minute in the evening. I was like, oh God, how was headstand and blood Of course, the blood flow will happen, but how is it related? How will it help? But if Paramashiva revealed that solution for your body, you will get completely healed just by following it. That's the most unique thing about the third eye. It gives the most unique solutions, illogical solutions. You will feel like, oh God, how will this help me? But it will actually help you just because Paramashiva has revealed. Yes. Ma Sindhu Charan, I request you to get back and confirm with us. And yes, Ma Soni, you can go ahead.
Nithyananda Paramashivam, you have asked for further guidance. So Paramashiva revealed that your body is healing day by day, but still Paramashiva gave few precautions for you. Paramashiva has revealed that to do pranayama in the morning, like in between of during the Brahma time, because during Brahma time there is so much fresh air, and compared to during the day. So Paramashiva have revealed that we do pranayama during Brahma Muhurta time, and after doing pranayama, take neem juice and do and make sure your guts are your guts are clean.
Yes, that was a beautiful guidance from Paramashiva yesterday. Yes, Mama Hajalindra Nithyananda, please to get back and yes. Okay, so that was a very beautiful body scanning. Viraja, Ma Soni, why don't you go ahead and share? How do you manifest this power of body scanning? Yes, Ma Soni, why don't you go ahead first?
So I'm gonna tell now how I manifest the power of body scanning. So first I closed my eyes and asked Swamiji to connect with me and my third eye. And then after connecting with Swamiji shows the black figure of the body. And then I'll ask Swamiji what's the problem that a person is having, what's the problem that a person is having. So and then either Swamiji will highlight or Swamiji will show in pictures. And when I ask him the solution, sometimes it comes in pictures, sometimes it just comes as a vision and sometimes without even closing my eyes, I sometimes just shows. So sometimes I just get vision without even closing my eyes. Just shows.
Wow, beautiful sharing of how you are able to manifest the power of third eye. Very beautiful. It's just like a complete movie you're seeing. Amazing. Ma Sindhu Charan has gotten back the link. Thank you so much, Ma. I want to know if my dad has COVID. He's slightly coughing. Thank you. Yes. Ma Sindhu Charan, just go ahead. Post your comment when Devi Parashakti comes live, and Devi Parashakti will answer your question and completely heal your father. So don't worry. But please do listen to the precautions which Swamiji has told. Please do not go outside. Stay in your home. Do everything from home. Yes. And with this, we are going to be concluding this power manifestation session. We thank all of you for joining us. If you were not able to get the body scanning due to the interest of time, please do come back every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. at 4:30 p.m. 4 p.m. IST. So we thank all of you for joining us. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness. Who is Devi Parashakti? What are the Akashic readings? What is the power of Akashic readings? And much, much more. We thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you.
Nithyananda, everyone, welcome back. So now in this segment, which we will be moving into, we will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. So we'll be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranamam, the Dhyana Shloka from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhim mapina vakshoruham panibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam bhibratim saumyam ratna gatasta rakta charanam dhyayet paramambikam. And the translation for this verse says, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eye sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And another verse which also comes from the Lalita Sahasranamam, Arunam Karunam Tarangatakshim Dritapasha Ankusha Pushpabana Chapam Animadi Biravritam Ayukaihi Rahamityeva Vipavaye Bhavani. And the translation for this verse says, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, the good, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima Fures, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. And it is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. And the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source, where the source Shakti is the source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and which all of us are going to merge into. And out of extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the Nijavatar, through the embodied form, as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanitanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Shimkara, filled as Parashorasi,
living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa, Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbhaswarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. And again, in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she beautifully says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Mudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make to blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment, and she is there on your screen. So you can receive her very traditionally. You can keep two betel leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who don't know, the coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can be just a paise, and in the US, it can be just 1 cent. Swami says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, you will add up $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the LA temple. And some of you might be wondering how this betel leaf and betel nut may benefit you. This betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will actually see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam. So you can set up the two betel leaves, one betel nut, the banana, and the coins. You can set up all of this in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. These are the 4 basic items that are kept as part of a tambulam. But if you would like, and you can also keep the other items such as coconuts, red bangles, kumkum, flowers, turmeric, and such items. So these are just the 4 basic items which you can keep as part of the tambulam as you receive Devi Parashakti. And now with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how you can receive her. And we will be moving on to the further segments where we will be learning about what Devi Parashakti has revealed and how important it is for humanity to actually take what Devi Parashakti says as a blessing and a warning for us to follow. And that is what we will be learning in the next segment. So please stay tuned and we'll be back after a really short break. Yes, I request the NTV volunteer to project the next set of slides. Yes, so now in this segment, we will be learning about the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings. So, humanity is still undergoing the after effects of the cosmic deluge, the Pralaya. Thousands of deaths have happened due to the global pandemic and are emerging fungal epidemics, along with record numbers of natural disasters, have taken a huge toll on humanity's collective physique, leading to increase in poverty, malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues.
So why did this happen? What has caused this? And who is behind this? How could we have avoided this? What is the solution for this? In this segment, let us go through an analysis of Devi Parashakti's revelations and understand what is the cause and the solution for this pralaya. And as all of us know, the current status of the world right now, with over 4 million deaths due to COVID-19 and over 175 million people diagnosed with COVID-19, and the worst affected countries being US, India, and Brazil. And India alone has had over 29 million cases of COVID-19, with over 374,000 deaths due to COVID-19, and over 75 million people falling into poverty since the beginning of 2020 and this pandemic. And not only is India suffering from this pandemic, but all of the effects of this pandemic, including depression and increased rates of suicide. 6.5% of the population is suffering from some form of mental illness, and 9 out of 9 people of every 1 lakh people has suffered from suicide, and it is the biggest cause for death among 15 to 24-year-olds currently. And India is not only suffering from this global pandemic, but various natural disasters have been severely affecting the country over the past several months, including the cyclone in Kerala and the recent floods in Maharashtra. And with all of these disasters, a serious concern also arises for the third wave coming up in the next couple of weeks. So how could we have prevented this? What could we have done to avoid this? Let us now listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the 31st of May, 2021, and understand what Devi has revealed.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
And for the translation for what Devi's revelations are for this huge Kiri Bojanam held not to come to India, in 2020 itself, I had planned to do the padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen. So let us go back to 2017 and understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed as the vision for this padayatra.
Want to do 1 year padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. Want to do 1 year padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here, power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. planning for next year Kumbh Mela. Next year Kumbh Mela 2019. Next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower, and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for Darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have Darshan and Arti, the camp for Arti. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen, 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only Darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than Darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the Archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the Archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year padayatra, walking. From next year Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand 1,200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in 2nd month, 3rd month, all that is detailed way.
And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, the vision for the Padayatra was to go and meet people where they are and to give them solutions for whatever problem they may be facing. Any mental problem, physical problem, emotional problem, psychological problem, any problem, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was ready to attend to people and give them any solution that they need. And since the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been preparing for this padayatra to guide humanity through this great deluge. And from that age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been enriching and initiating the masses into the science of enlightenment through powerful discourses, initiations, and darshans. And here in the next several photos, we'll see the various programs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been conducting over the past 26 years. Here you can see in Vellore, Tamil Nadu, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing and initiating thousands of people. And again, in Rasipuram, Tamil Nadu, in 2005. And in Namakkal in 2005. In Salem in 2005, the Nithyananda program. The Nithyanandam program conducted in Delhi, Bangalore. The Birth Star celebrations in Tiruvannamalai in 2005. The Jayanti celebrations in Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in 2006. And the Jayanti celebrations in Tiruvannamalai in 2006. And the Nithyananda Spurna program in 2006, conducted in Chennai. And the Guru Purnima celebration in Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in 2006. And the Bhakti Spurna program conducted in Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita. The Dhyana Spurna program. The Little Anandas program, which was specifically to initiate the youth into the science of enlightenment. And the Saptayagam program, which was a series of homas conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who also guided thousands into conducting the same homa. This happened in Salem in 2006. And here are more photos of the Saptayagam program, the devotees and disciples being guided into the homa. And here are more photos of the Saptayagam program. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing people. And here are photos of the Nithyananda Spurna program conducted in Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita. And the Nithyananda Spurna program again. However, the anti-Hindu elements have made it nearly impossible to do the re-energizing process by driving the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism out of India. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the solution for this on the 31st of May, 2021.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாதயாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes, we can continue on. Yes, we can continue on. So as we look around, we see what the great rishis of the Vedic civilization have forewarned as the great Kaliyuga. And Devi reveals that the solution for this, all of this suffering and destruction to come to an end is to finally have the supreme concept of Hinduism do the re-energizing process of the 12 Jyotirlingas. So let's see what the rishis, the Vedic rishis, have revealed about this Kaliyuga. We can continue on to the next slide. So in the Kurma Purana, sage Vyasa has revealed that the Kaliyuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. So let us look at the translation for what Vyasa has revealed about this. This Kaliyuga is the worst of the 4 yugas. In all the worlds, people are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi. And the Kurma Purana also states that Lord Rudra, Paramashiva himself, is the avatar for Kaliyuga. Brahma, and the translation for this verse is can we go back to the previous slide, please? Sorry, can we go back to the previous slide? Requesting the volunteer to go back to the previous slide, please. We can go to the next slide. Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. And the translation for this verse from the Purva Purana, Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata of the Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. In the Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, it is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, and which appeared Sri Rama. And in the Dwapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the fourth cycle of time, in the Kali Yuga, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar is Lord Rudra, Maheshwara himself, Mahasadashiva. And out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva descended into the human form on the 2nd of January 1978 in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So we can continue on to the next slide. And if Paramashiva had waited even one more year, if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had not taken the body in 1978, it would have been too late. 1979 would have been too late. Now let us watch the video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealing about this.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid.
The next
I am
slide.
back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich.
The previous slide and one. Yep.
It is not lost. Just the last minute climax before it was going to be put off. Have happened. 1979 would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
And the Avatar's advent on the planet Earth was to protect the world from the great cosmic deluge, to bring them to the new age, the Satyuga. So let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, then Devi Parashakti explaining about this.
ஓம் ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்திய யுகம் செய்வோம், நித்திய யுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
And the translation for this of Devi's revelation, people of the world, listen. Kaliyuga has matured, and over time, it has come for Satyuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people, in the form of Nityananda. I myself have come. I will make Nityayuga. Nityayuga will blossom into Satyuga. Be blissful. And for this huge hell, Kirimi Bodram not to come to India, 2020, I had planned to do the padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. And in order to prepare for this, the avatar began the padayatra at the mere age of 10. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began enriching people one person at a time with the truths from the sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. Even as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just 14 and 15 years old, all of his classmates were called the Atras, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them all from Guriyatam, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace and a huge spiritual pilgrimage site. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was around the age of 19, all his fellow monks at the Ramakrishna Math recalled the yatra where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tirunelveli, his birthplace, and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage experience. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India and reaching more and more people and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1999. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the first Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchendur, Tamil Nadu, in South India on the 14th of April, 2001. And in 2003, the Avatar continued his Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from all different backgrounds. With the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's intensity and dedication for the people, even among crowds of thousands who don't know English, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's voice resonated deeply and his presence moved each one to tears. And in 2004, the Avatar led his disciples on the first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering satsangs, and initiating them into the superconscious breakthrough. And subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but into supernal spiritual realms. And in 2006, the padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodigan Ratha Yatra, with crores participating and impacted by the Nithyanandeshvara and Nithyanandeshvari deities traveling from city to city. Let us watch a small clip of the Kodigan Ratha Yatra. Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. We can continue on to the next slide.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
And the deities that were taking this padayatra were energized as avatars to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita as the ship to save humanity from this upcoming Kaliyuga. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens during the Great Deluge. Kailasa in Tiruchendur, Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in Bangalore, and the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar created and energized the Nithyananda River, the Anandalingam, which would protect anyone who bathed in its water from the deadly COVID-19 disease. Let us watch a short clip of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing the Abhishekam for the Anandalingam.
जनमस्सहस्राक्षाय च जगधन्मने जनमो गिरिशाय विष्टाय जनमो मीढुष्टमाय च शुमते जनमो स्रस्वाय च वामनाय जनमो बृहते च वर्षीयते जनमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने जनमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय जनम आशवे च जिराय जनम शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नम ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च दीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च प्रगल्भाय च नमो च गण्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सोऽभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्रोत्याय च अवसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च अवभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च बुद्धिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे च वेचायुधिने च नमस्कायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमस्कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूप्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो मात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शृंगाय च वसुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे बधाय च दूरे बधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कुल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आदार्याय च लाद्याय च नमः सृष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमः कत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः इरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षेणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikan Radayatra and generated international attention, creating a movement where lakhs of Hindus once again embraced Hinduism. Let us watch a short clip of the Yatra in 2009. And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there, the seeds of consciousness have been sown. We can actually go back and watch the video of the yatra.
போல நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனோ நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்தவாயிரும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரிந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே
And wherever the avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of consciousness have been sown. With thousands of Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems enriching all over the world, over 1 billion people have been reached, and the avatar has been radiating hope for humanity. And some of the enlightenment ecosystems established by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism include Kailasa in Erode, the Adi Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Adi Kailasa Sarvinyapita in Bangalore, India, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, again, more photos of the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio. The Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. And more photos of the Kailasa in Los Angeles. And this enlightenment ecosystem was directly established by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism in 2007. The Kailasa in San Jose, established in 2009. And more photos of the Kailasa in San Jose. And the Kailasa in Seattle, established in 2008 by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. And more photos of the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington. The Kailasa in Houston, Texas. The more photos of the Kailasa in Houston, Texas. The Kailasa in Charlotte, North Carolina. the Kailasa in New York, the Kailasa in Washington, D.C., the Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, and more photos of the Kailasa in Toronto. And the Kailasa in Oklahoma City. And the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona. And the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. The Kailasa in Oman. The Kailasa in Dubai. The Kailasa in London, UK. The Kailasa in Scotland, UK. The Kailasa in Netherlands. The Kailasa in Slovakia. The Kailasa in Belgium. The Kailasa in Luxembourg. The Kailasa in Austria. The Kailasa in Germany. The Kailasa in Italy. The Kailasa in France. The Kailasa in Switzerland. The Kailasa in Mauritius. The Kailasa in South Africa. The Kailasa in Salem, which was established in 2006 by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And more photos of the Kailasa in Salem. And the Kailasa in Hosur, established in 2008. The Kailasa in Putnam. The Kailasa in Varanasi. The Kailasa in Rajapalyam, established in 2008. And here are more photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Kailasa in Rajapalyam. And the Kailasa in Hyderabad. And the Kailasa in Kerala and Kailasa in Gujarat, the Yogini Center. The Kailasa is in Tirvanmur. The Kailasa in Alankulam. The Kailasa in Chennai, Tambaram. The Kailasa in Avadi, Chennai. The Kailasa in Chennai again. and the Kailasa in Melbourne, Australia. And the Kailasa in New Zealand. And the Kailasa in Singapore. The Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur. And the Kailasa in Guadeloupe, South America. And to ensure humanity survives, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created the Sovereign Order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated thousands into the Nithyananda spiritual healing, and they are still actively healing millions all over the world. And over 2,500 satsang centers, padhaka mandirs, and home temples operate as de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And the Avatar inspired millions to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom. Thousands of padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each one for what was to come. And in 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a padayatra and executed it successfully, with thousands participating, with the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated. And in every major festival from all over the world, devotees conducted padayatras out of their sincere devotion and love for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously contributing to humanity over the past 26 years with various humanitarian services, and over 1 billion e-citizens being enriched and enriched, and over 1 billion free organic nutritious meals being served to the needy, and a diverse global population in 347 cities across 196 countries, and the world's largest Hindu university established in the US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to contribute so much to humanity and has established the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views. And you can connect with us on all the various platforms, including Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and much more. And especially during this pandemic, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has, we can move to the next slide, has increased all e-services to reach every person where they are during this pandemic. And you can connect with us on all of the various websites and platforms. And with this, we will be concluding this segment and moving into the next segment, where we will learn some of the offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And over the past several months, Devi has been guiding us, blessing us, and literally holding our hands through this pandemic. So let us see how we can show our gratitude for Devi through these various offerings. We will be right back after a very quick break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers after that quick break. Let's now go into the various different offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And I'll be starting with the in Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. We can go on. And before entering into the segment, let us first chant the Dhyana Shloka. Indu nivabeda karavahni nayanam syat pankajavaravaya japaksha sarayuktam angahima bhushana vichitra vasanam syat tunga mukutojjala manunmani swarupam. The next slide, please. This verse means moon-like face, holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. The next slide, please. And now I'll be chanting the next Dhyana Shloka. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashini bhavadhanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadam apare chabhayam chakshamalam divye rabaranir vibhushitatanum brahmadi vipujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamatra dhatrim shubham. Once again, the translation says, I meditate on Devi who has 3 eyes and face glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, the lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Now, as many of you know, in the Hindu tradition, the offerings are a very beautiful part of the whole tradition, inviting God into your life, requesting their presence and their blessings. And you'll see that many of these offerings are made in gold. And we have a reference here from the Atharva Veda where it says, triply born by birth is this gold, the atoms of Agni is one, it becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard, when they called the seed a virtuous and powerful Apaha, let that triple gold be for your long life. Many of us do not know that gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches, and it is an element of significance and great spiritual power and healing and lightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Yes, we can go on to the next slides. We'll start off with the different offerings that we have, beginning with the E-Hundi offering. And there's a beautiful verse as well from the Lalita Sahasranamam, where I'll now be chanting. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadaini. And it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears. So in this verse, literally it's saying that Devi Parashakti is the remover of all fears, and especially during this time, during the COVID pandemic and so many other disasters, social upheaval that's happening, each and every one of us understands the need for the worship of Devi Parashakti as we are becoming more and more mature, even in a matter of a short time. So this E-Hundi offering is an offering of gratitude for Devi Parashakti for making her presence available to us, each and every one of us. You can offer this E-Hundi offering through the payment link that will show you, or through the YouTube super chat as well. Yes, going on to the next offering, we have the Sankalpa chanting. Sankalpa chanting is the offering of the Sankalpa mantra, the conscious resolution, a very powerful prayer which will give you a very huge benefit, especially as it literally invokes the avatar himself, and it allows you to pray to him for all of the fruition of your desires and wishes. The next slide, please. The next offering we have is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. And as Devi Parashakti is called in the Lalita Sahasranamam, Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. You can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names, receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. And the next offering is the Mukta Anguti, and this is referenced from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, where the incarnation of Devi Parashakti, goddess Meenakshi, is described having been adorned with pearls. And now I'll just be chanting that verse. Mukta Harana Lasat Kirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Puri Kinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhavasuram Sarvavita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidim. This verse means, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama, I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And this offering of the pearl as a symbol of compassion is the offering to Devi Meenakshi to bestow her compassion and pure love in all of your endeavors in life. Yes, let's go on to the next offering. We have the Swarna Padma Pushpa. The Swarna Padma Pushpa is referenced from the Kamikagama and also many hundreds of verses where it says all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth, and they should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of references for the lotus being used in the worship of Paramashiva, and almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities and the worship of a lotus, or using the lotus in worship. And even the Shakti of Paramashiva is called the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer this golden lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. We have next the Swarna Metti, and there's a beautiful verse from the Saundarya Lahari composed by Adi Shankaracharya, where it refers to the power of even the very toenails of Devi Parashakti. Nakadiditi samchana namajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. And the meaning goes, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So you can offer this toe ring to be adorning the sacred feet of Devi Parashakti and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspect of our life. The next offering we have is the Swarna Mangtika. And Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And the Mangtika represents the flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is opened. So this is an offering of the Mangtika, and you can be blessed with the overflowing gratitude and complete completion of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and we have several occasions where it's very auspicious to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. We can go on to the next slide. And the Vastra Seva also is a offering to Devi Parashakti for the sacred cloth for the ultimate protection of Devi Parashakti and the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And we now you can see a summary of all the offerings. We have the Ihundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Smarana Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. And as you can see, there's no need to feel any kind of incompletion or insufficiency, incapability of making these offerings. You can make any of these offerings. There's various different levels, there's different amounts. There's offerings, even the Ihundi offering, which you can make for any amount today. So even if you any of these offerings have piqued your interest, or you find that you want to make any of these offerings, maybe not today, but in the future, I welcome you to register in the registration link, which is available at tiny.cc/babasamadhi. As you can see, the links provided. And you can fill out this registration form if you're interested in offering, if you need help in manifesting, or you need more details. And also, if you're ready to make a payment today, then you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings and make the online payment. And it's a very quick process, just a 3-step process in order for you to make the payment today. Then after the payment as well, you can go to tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021 and make sure you fill out the mandatory form for offering. And after you're done with payments, you can fill out this form in order for your names to be chanted during the puja. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment on the various different offerings for Devi Parashakti. Now, let us enter into the next segment where we have Madhyami Swami joining us to elaborate on the various updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita and the various updates from Adi Kailash, where the multi-layer quarantine has been ongoing and being administered as a practical solution for joy, bliss, and peace during these extremely strenuous times of the COVID-19 pandemic. So once again, I invite Mada Imai Swami to join us. Yes, thank you so much, Ma.
Nithyanandam, thank you so much, Ma. Masada Shripriya, Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone, welcome back. So in this segment, we are going to see the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunities for India during the COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents this Akashic readings on June 5th, 2021 by Devi Parashakti about the status of the mental health about the world across, especially the young adults. And across the world, the reports from the various reports confirming the same, and what Devi suggested to do the yoga and serve Paramashiva, follow the spiritual principles, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism again and again through his satsangs confirming the same, and what Supreme Pontiff has been working to revive the temple ecosystems. Now the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, the COVID care protection centers, now been recognized by the United Nations and published, the article published by the Adishaivat minority community and highly appreciated. So we are going to see those reports in this, details of that in this segment. So what Devi revealed on 5th June 2021. Not only people dying in crores, the financial and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh, people, do the job of saving life as first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva Parampurul, doing yoga and tapas. Doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva and live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe. Not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis and Yogis have come and doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there, and do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even Siddhas, Jnanis and Yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, Jnanam and Yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. I do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings and I am the Samayapuratta Kannatal who comes and helps at the right time. So these are the revelations about the mental health issues by the Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021 and the media articles confirming the same on 6th June 2021. The psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited in COVID-19 patients. According to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in more mild cases. The media articles by BMC Psychology on 8th June 2021, the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of the US college students. The results indicate that the students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, which is 60.8%, feeling of loneliness, which is 54.1%, and depression, which is 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of the loved ones. Most impacted their mental health status, is 20.0%, and the need to take care of family most affected current and future plans, is 31.8%. Almost one half of students took to exercising and other remedies. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students is continue to soar, researchers say. The report by the Lauren Lumpkin on June 10th, 2021 at Dartmouth College, researchers began tracking about 217 students when they entered the school as freshmen in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave, and they have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with the midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down, said the Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. The Psychology Today on coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event. Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed in the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation and our world is experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder therapeutics market over the period of assessment. The global post-traumatic stress disorder, which is called PTSD therapeutic market, what it was in 2019 and what is going to be in 2017 and 2027 is 11.91 increase. The coronavirus pandemic impact on global health, mental health is already extremely concerning. The UN reports to by the CNN that there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization's Director General Tedros Adhanom said in a news release recently, it is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and a recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros added. Yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance and centeredness, empowerment, self esteem, compassion, self awareness, and hope. We're all Yoga can help us to manage stress and self regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with the innate coping strategies for responding to stress, but sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help bring our parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with the other interventions, which benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of the traditional treatment approaches. According to the Psychology Today report, when we actively choose a tool of self care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well being, even in these challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have a better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. Spirituality can perhaps help you connect with your divine self. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. Revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on 22nd May 2021. Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive. Life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outer side, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make you your body conscious. Just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their jobs, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much, just make your life extremely strong. 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa, the devotees in their own homes, and second, the Kailasa was inside the Sangha, physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously, a quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place, doing the intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking a bay leaf, neem juice, tulasi, haritaki, triphala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle. A lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself and build your body, and don't bother about your business or any other profit and anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. Now, the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers of all these principles and the temple-based ecosystems, which are now the COVID care protection centers, successfully implemented and saved many lives, and which has been highly recognized by the United Nations. The report submitted by the Adi Shaivite minority community last month in June 2021, and now it has been published and last week, and United Nations recognizes Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. The screenshots of this report you can see in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. You can also go ahead and click on that link and read the full article by yourself. The report published on their website, United Nations website, www.ohnechr.org. The globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID-19 patients, killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 through multilateralism that was published in United Nations in their website, www.ohnechr.org. Earlier reports recognized by the United Nations, a report on the rights of indigenous women and girls, and reports on femicide. A report by the Adi Shaivite Minority Tradition ASMT, the Hindu Community Kailas Union, was submitted in June 2021 and published last week. According to this report published, what is the key obstacles presented in the introduction are of this pandemic is first, the globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Second, distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst the nations and within, leading to various extremes such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places and wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. The pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption of the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affect the already most vulnerable even more. Lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. Frequent lockdowns and the ongoing threat of famine, especially in countries where employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far from the SDG 2.0 hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting documentation here on screen. You can also download these articles and read on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook page. Now, what are the solutions presented in this article? The first, revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. Second, as per Hindu principle, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases: creation or growth. Second, sustenance or stagnation. Third, recession or revitalization. Fourth, reinvention. And fifth, breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when best practices are applied diligently. However, during times of crisis, lead us to the 4th and 5th phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. Next, according to the key nations, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments to temporarily discard trying to balance economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. Next, solution presented with Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments, organizations, and people on two grounds. First, health response. Second, economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the entire world is my family. Is the scriptural reference from the Vedic text from Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verse 71 to 73. You can see the supporting articles here, which are projected. Next solution presented are provide sustainable community living with multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for a vast majority of people for either health safety or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues linked with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger population. This requires friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related to requests to provide private accommodation. Experimental townships such as Auroville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Auroville are not open to the public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASMT Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Auroville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as the ASMT Monastery India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layered quarantine as a free public service with free food accommodation, free internet to work from home, that is monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in this township with 0 reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has urged citizens worldwide, especially from the region severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created, especially as home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for the large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, and shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care. With absolute multi-layer quarantine, until coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of the virus. Now you can see the supporting articles projected here. Next solution presented is educate citizens in individual pandemic management. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time, and visual information about fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hope and make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare system. Alcohol-related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic, and long post-lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about the future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. Next solution presented is leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money. Ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describe three kinds of economic systems and their principles. First, for things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge, Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. Second, for survival needs, such as food and healthcare, barter and charity are recommended. Third, for all other infrastructure, developmental works, services, commodities, gold, and conventional currency-based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and the GISAID provided early access to data regarding the virus. This is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where critical data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped USA access masks and testing kits, and there was a hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model allowed in food and healthcare. Next solution presented are Hindu policies for food security. A highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that of food grain banks. These were prevalent until the 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks with the seed capital of grains collected by the fundraising. If any person met with a crisis such as a crop failure, the food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. The compound interest was prohibited in grain banks. So with the debtor was expected to return with the principal grain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on interest earned and donations. At the time of severe crisis such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains, and if required, all such grains would be written off on humanitarian grounds. Next, in Hindu temples, food is shared for fee as a policy. This was the case in both ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, every month, the Hindu ASMT community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ease the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. Next, monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by the governments that are based on health code color systems that categorize individuals into 3 color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting articles, which are part of the submission. Though there were privacy-related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed asymptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area statistics have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease, and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You can see the supporting documentation here. Next solution presented is traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as living divine mother energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, food, medicines, etc. Though traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-related issues, and a few years ago, Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine, and the mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking a defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interest. Outright rejection of traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revisited, especially as these medicine systems are time-tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailasa Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, yoga, Siddha, Western medicines, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. You can see the supporting articles here. Multilateral strategies and coordination for the pursuance of SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, with additional emphasis on multi-layered quarantine protection without disrupting life and economy, such as the efforts of lockdown, are unnoticeable. Waiver of patients on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that are prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain banks systems and other traditional economic systems as described in this report would help the most vulnerable people of the world. You can see the supporting articles here. They're published as part of the report. The sovereign order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively published to provide protection and preventive COVID care in this lasting testing time of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, that is Annadhanam, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healing online. And Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United General Assembly and Human Rights Council. Kailasa's report and recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is the only as resilient as the least resilient country, and the person's request through multilateralism, the governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions to multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on individual pandemic management, and leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, and providing food security and traditional Hindu medicines. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations, and they published last week on www.ohchr.org. Now, join now and make use of this opportunity. Save your life, protect your life. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASACARE. Now, let us see the revival of temple sciences and ecosystems. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let's understand the importance of the revival of these temple ecosystems. Across India, the famous temples are shutting down, are already closed for an indefinite period of time, and shutting down. For examples, in Maharashtra, the Sai Baba temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of the coronavirus. The chief executing officer, the Ravindra Thagre, officiating chief executing officer, the Sai Baba Santanam Trust, announced that the temple will remain closed for devotees till further orders. Similarly, the Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public. Keeping in view of the surge of the COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri, the authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town, the famous temple is closed for the devotees since May 5th, as a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. Not only this temple, but all religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar, as the city records the highest daily COVID surge. With the Odisha capital Bhubaneswar registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases, the local municipal authorities declared the closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees till further orders. In Uttar Pradesh, the major Mathura temples ban entry of devotees amidst the COVID-19 surge. The two major temples of the Shakta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, banned the entry of devotees in view of rising COVID-19 cases. On the Gujarat, the Somnath temple closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. In view of the surge of infections, this famous Somnath temple trust announced that the temple will remain shut down for devotees from April 11th for an indefinite period. On the other hand, the Tamil Nadu Chola era temple murtis beheaded. Murtis of Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasa temple, a village in Pudukkottai, is said to belong to the era of Kulichunga Chola II. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, and Krishna and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state few days ago. So now in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to an harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of these online platforms on the Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. So let us understand the basics with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the basics of the why temple-based ecosystems and why deity worship. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, please understand deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols, we worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of an ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of the world's peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya, is going to happen. The divine has infinite auspicious qualities. In Sanskrit, we call Ananta Kalyana Guna. That means with the divine, the infinite qualities, whenever a devotee intensely pray for the darshan or to protect him or to the divine, to save the humanity when it is at the verge of destruction, out of the infinite qualities the divine has, the divine manifests in to protect a particular devotee or the universe. That energy becomes, the energy of that quality of the divine becomes independent intelligence. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya was destined to die at the age of 16. Knowing this, his parents was devastated, and to remove the sorrow of his parents, Markandeya intensely prayed for Paramashiva. And on the day of his death, the Kala, the Lord of Death, arrived to take his life away. And that's when the Markandeya hugged the Paramashiva Linga and intensely prayed for Paramashiva to protect him. Paramashiva appeared as Kala, that means the Lord, Kala of the Kala, that means the Lord of Death, and saved Markandeya, and that energy becomes Kala. Not only he saved Markandeya from death, he gave him the boon of eternity, Amaratva, and blessed him to write the many scriptures, and Markandeya given the word, the Mahamrityunjaya mantra. Same way, Paramashiva danced in ecstasy and become Nataraja, the cosmic dancer. With his cosmic dance, perform the Panchakritya, the five cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, and rejuvenation, and pulling out of delusion, and finally liberation. This cosmic dance of Paramashiva we call Nataraja. We connect with him, Nataraja. Similarly, Vishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with the rites, those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. The immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So join in Kailasa's temple-based ecosystem, de facto spiritual centers, and the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. We'll continue this segment after a very short break. So now let's learn more about the Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies, how they are protecting their lives. The COVID care protection centers are with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents this. According to statistics, some more statistics, the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and depression, the depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The report shows that ages 18 to 24 affected 56.2%, and ages 25 to 49 reported 48.9%, and ages 50 to 64 reported the 39.1%, and ages 65 plus reported 29.3%. Average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and depressive disorder from January to June of 2019 versus the 6 months period in 2019 versus just 1 month period in 2021. What it used to be in January to June, and 6 months period, the 11%, it now spiked up to, in 1 month of 2021, 41.1%. Some more statistics shows that the young adults are most prone to this, affected by this anxiety and the depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. So how are you feeling? What employees say they feel more than half the time at work? 34% say they are tired, 34% say they are stressed, and 27% say they are burnt out, and 22% say they are discouraged, and 19% say they are distracted, and 17% say they are depressed. So COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, that is about 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, that is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over this course of the pandemic. So 1 in 4 essential workers, about 25%, diagnosed with a mental health disorder since the start of the pandemic. COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and 300 have died. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. The self-reported mental health among the pregnant women, new mothers, before the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rate was 15%, and during this COVID-19 pandemic, the percentage increased to 40.7% according to Kaliyuga report. Similarly, before COVID-19 pandemic, the anxiety was 29%, and now during the COVID-19 pandemic, now it's raised to 72%. US cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in the United States reporting symptoms of depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing depression in the United States have tripled. According to a major study, researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults now report experiencing symptoms of depression. Before the pandemic, 8.5% of US adults reported being depressed. That number has risen to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. The world today, according to the report, the burnt out at the work, young workers hit the hardest. The ages 22 to 25 hit the maximum, which is 89%. And ages 26 to 37, next 83%, and ages 38 to 54, about 73%, and ages 55 to 74, about 62%. Now, what are the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Human Services to combat these problems? Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all human beings, in fact, all beings. The ultimate goal of for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, that is, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment, will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again, and they're forever serving the humanity. Following the meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, you can see the glimpses of how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for over 27 years worked to establish these ecosystems across the world. You can see the glimpses, some of these glimpses. This is the picture that you're seeing following the meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, to celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. The picture is taken on 21st October 2006. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of the traditional flag hoisting ceremony. You can see the glimpses of this. And this picture is taken on 22nd December 2018 in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. Now you're seeing the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself conducting the Nithyananda Purana convention, which is also called the Life Bliss Meditation Level 2 program, a meditation workshop in Chennai, South India. This picture was taken on 14th December 2006. Now you can see some more pictures from 17th December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Purana Convention, the Life Bliss Program Level 2 at the St. Peter's Engineering College, Chennai, India. You can see the pictures now. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra. The Yatra is a tour, the traditional pilgrimage, sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up to the river Ganga, the Harshil Ganga, India. The picture is taken on 26th May 2006. Now, the temple ecosystem of Tirunamalai serves as the driving factor and maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the citizens of the Tirunamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. And the picture is taken on 20th December 2011, where you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself waving the flag for the lakhs of devotees on the procession and a festival. Now you're seeing the blissful pictures are from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagya Peetham on 31st December 2018. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham program meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and the traditional puja or ritualistic worship. Now you are seeing the pictures of the peacekeepers of Kailasa led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism take part in Karaseva, the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or the construction of the sacred Hindu temple at Adi Kailasa Sarvagya Peetham. The picture is taken 11th September 2016, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself demonstrating the value of the Karaseva, selfless service. Now you are seeing the picture of the Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, spread across the continents and across the globe, the thousands of spiritual ecosystems. Starting from 1994, Kailasa in Tirunamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, by the Mataji Vibhudananda Puri on 1994. And then the rightmost picture, you see the same Adhinam Tirunamalai, Kailasa in Tirunamalai, receiving the visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shivadiksha. Now you're seeing the pictures, the Kailasa in Tirunamalai. Thousands arrive to celebrate the Enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The picture is taken on 11th March 2017. Now you're seeing the pictures of the Western Hemisphere, Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, United States of America. The temple complex of 25,000 square foot temple complex housing over 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. And the next is the picture that you're seeing are from the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio. The first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside of India. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti. The deities are 7 feet tall, made of granite and weighing 6 tons. And the divine faces are being directly hand-carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now you're seeing the pictures of the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, United States, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha, and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. The Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of the West. Chidambaram temple, the ancient Hindu temple where Paramashiva reside as the Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, and the expression of Akasha as the space. The Nataraja has also been revealed to be the center of the Earth magnetic equator. Now we are seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in San Jose, California. Inaugurated in 2009, Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi and the Paramashivalinga and the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. The Meenakshi temple, home to Devi Meenakshi, the divine cosmic mother, and the consort of Lord Sundareshwara, the most blissful form of Lord Shiva. Now you're seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nithyananda Ganesha, Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses the one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Tirumala Tirupati is one of the most beloved of Lord Vishnu, whose temple is the most visited and of any religion in the world. Now we are seeing the pictures are from the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona. Home to over 21 deities and with a temple structure of 2,500 square feet, Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. Now we are seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in Houston, Texas. The formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared Kailasa and Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. Now you're seeing the pictures are from Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Inaugurated on July 2011, Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West with all the 63 Naivanars and 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they are. They existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. Naivanas are the most endearing and notable saints of Hinduism. The Siddhas literally meaning the accomplished, perfected ones. Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. Some more pictures. The temple is active, alive from 2011 onwards. The Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the super consciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadanam and traditional. Now, in the Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization present, in the Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies, how the morning spiritual routine and are implemented in this de facto enlightenment spiritual systems, which are now protecting many with the corona pandemic. Devi Parashakti revealed to the world on 12th May 2021 that I came as Nija Avatara and I'm blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and come down as the Nija Avatar. People of India, listen carefully. Listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes, and we cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings has to come and and they have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed, and the ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya in Adi Kailasa, because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadhas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have death and they will not have corona. And crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in the Ananda Lingam. Devi Parashakti revealed on 13th May 2021 that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in the Vaidyasarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regarding losing Nithyananda Nava Nijavatara, without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water feast, and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. So when the first world countries closed the borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. So how these COVID protection centers, the participants of these protection centers are doing the morning spiritual practices and various other spiritual practices and enjoying the joy, peace, and bliss in their lives. The morning spiritual routine is the fuel to reach Kailasa. Morning routine and the chemical changes it brings in you, and the healing it does to your system, and the biological rhythm it sets in your system, all of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and integrity to the spiritual routine initiations are completely private between personal between you and me, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Members of Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine systems, the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, the morning spiritual routine consists of the Nithyananda Yoga, Panchakriya, Nitya Prataksha Paduka Puja, Kashayam, that is herbal drinks, and Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And morning spiritual routine will tune your biological clock to the spiritual practices, because the chemistry you enjoy inside matters. That decide the kind of plane of the universe, dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Patala. Kailasa is the highest place abode where Paramashiva resides, and Patala is the lowest abode where the demons live. And Swarga or Naraka, Swarga is the heavens and Naraka is the hell. Morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, the person who is in love with will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day, because that is the time you get near what you are seeking closely. And a person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend this 4 hours, because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system. When your beloved comes near you, and if you are tired and the love is gone, dead, during this morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead and gone. You need a thorough howling inside you, and you need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers. You need to bring pure questioning back to your life. Now let us understand the little bit about the morning spiritual routine, yoga. When you do yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira. The Amrita is the nectar and body, Sharira is the body. So body filled with nectar. It becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. The next, when you get up, you do the Panchakriya before you do the yoga. The Panchakriya involves the 5 powerful processes to remove the toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of the body, Panchakriya is a powerful cleansing process which cleanses the internal organs of our body, keeping it cool. These techniques are not only cleanse our body, but bringing peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. Puja. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, devotion, and the space of surrender to all that occurs to you. From this devotion moves you from I, which is so heavy, to God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. So one of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer the sacred bath to Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is the deity which beautifully represents the divine. It is from its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. We sit down and connect with the God by performing the Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O God, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with you, and let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that bhava, we sit with that context and do that action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the bhava samadhi. Only bhava samadhi can give us the higher taste and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the bhava samadhi of Shivoham, I am the divine. And when you do the morning spiritual routine, you manifest Shaktis and spiritual powers. If you just follow this morning 5 hours, enough. You will have Vak Shakti. That means whatever you say will become reality. All Shaktis manifesting in you. Because all the obstacles for manifesting Shaktis, the tiredness, boredom, pitta, fatigue, everything will be churned out in that morning 5 hours. The morning puja is the most powerful mandala process, Shakti Pata, melting your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths. Constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening. Just this morning 5 hours. If you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from power manifestation will disappear. You can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and Nitya Puja, but there will always be the risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days or after a few weeks. Living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness try to pull you down, the Sangha will support you, help you by giving the wake-up call and supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, so coming back to the temple ecosystems, Kailasa's temple ecosystems, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, religions, spiritual traditions, keeping this enlightenment science alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping enlightenment science alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvajna Pita is a lineage. Sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be Shakta, some may be Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva, and some may be Vaidika Shaiva. All kinds of permutation and combination. Each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment science alive of that Sampradaya. So, join in this COVID protection centers of Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So I repeat, https://Kailasa care, KAILAASA, kailasa.org/Kailasa care, KAILASACARE, I'm sorry. https://kailasa.org, which is KAILAASA.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA care. So with this, we will be moving on to the next segment after a very short break. Yes. Now it's time we move on to welcome the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the satsang. So please sit straight. Inhale deeply as slowly as possible. Exhale deeply as slowly as possible.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
A fundamental aspect of the offerings. And now we understand why, how that is.
Ching.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now move from meditation.
பாமாலை
தாகனம் தத்தகனம் தத்தகனம் ததகனம் தனம் 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 தத்தகனம் 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 ததகனம் தனம் 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 தத்தகனம் 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 ததகனம் தனம் 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 கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் மயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கள்பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கள்பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கள்பாராய் தத்தகனம் தத்தகனம் ததகனம் தனம் 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 தத்தானம் தகனம் தத்தகனம் தத்தகனம் ததகனம் தனம் 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 தத்தானம் தத்தகனம் 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 ததகனம் தனம் 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 கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் கற்பகமே கண் பாராய் மயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கடை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கண் பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கள்பாராய் திருமயிலை கற்பகமே கருணை கள்பாராய்
வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கூட்டின் முறையும் என்னிடம் கதை சொல்ல வந்தாயோ பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே எல் இசை நின்றால் அடங்கும் உலகே நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே நாம் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா ஆடவாயனோடு பாட வந்தவனில் பாடுவாய இனி மூட வந்ததும் பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கத்திகம் திகதிகம் திகதி தனிதபதி தனிதடி தனிதனித பமகரி சமகரி பமகர பமகரி மகர பர பமகரிதம் झुमक झुमक जन झुमक जन झुमक झुमक दिंधा दिंधा आ झुमक झुमक दिंधा इंदा सगरी सरिणी सरिणी ददा दरि दनि दब मामा ननि दरि कतपरि तकिट जिंदतरि जिंदत तांग्रिगदगदगदगदगदगदगदगदगदा गरि मगरि सारिगा कजम कजम तरिगदगदा निदरिगमा दुंदरिगदगदा गरिदम तरिगदा पारणी गिरिगते सागरि मगगदा बब मग बबरि मग बबर मनि दसनि सागरि मगति कनि दनिदा सागरि दनि तरि दनिदा दरि दनिदा दनिदा लिगम मग बग मग दसनि दनि तरि दनि तरि मगरिग पमगिरिग कनि दनि मिरि दनि दनि बब पत दनि बब दनि दनि बब कनि दनि दनि तरि गरिग पमगिरि दनि 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 दनिदा मगरि दनि बब दनि बब दनि பாவமுனாலே பூவாடக்காரி பொன்னழகி உனக்கு பொங்கலிட கிடைச்சது பாக்கிய எனக்கு மீன்கார வீடெங்கும் மீன் வாசம் இருக்கும் அடி மீனாட்சி நீ வந்தா நீ வாசம் அடிக்கும் ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வச்சம்பாடியம்மா ஆளாக்கி அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் தின்னு புட்டு போடியம்மா ஆத்தாடி மாரியம்மா சோறு ஆக்கி வைக்கும் மாரியம்மா ஆளாக்கு அரிசிய பாழாக்க வேண்டாம் சின்ன புட்டு போடியம்மா அருணாருணாகரங்கிதாட்சி धृत पाशाङ्कुश पुष्पबाणचापाम् अणिमादिभिरावृताम् मयूखैरहमित्येव विभावदे भवानी ध्यायेत् पद्मासनस्थान् पाटेडिते ताळम्
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஓம். ஓங்கார மூலத்துயர் ஆனந்த ஸ்வரூபிணி, இருப்பிற்கும் பிறப்பிற்கும் கடந்த, இருப்பும் பிறப்பும் இருக்கும் மூலமாகிய உள்ளத்துள் உள்ள ஒன்னா உள்ளதை உயிராய் உணர்ந்து உயிராய் நிறைந்து உயிர் ஓவியத்தால் உத்தமர்கள் சித்தர்கள் உயிரில் கண்டுணரும் உச்சிக்கு கீழே உன் நாக்குக்கு மேலே வச்ச தீபமாம் முக்கன் வடிவில் அச்சிறு பிள்ளை அன்னை வாலாயாய் பாலா திரிபுர சுந்தரியாய் பக்குவமாய் திகழ்ந்து அக்ஷரங்கள் 54 உயிர் மெய் எழுத்துக்கள் சாரமாய் நின்று பக்குவமாம் உயர் ஞான சப்தங்கள் 16 வடிவாய் பரமசிவஸ்வரூபமாய் திகழும் பரமேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்த வடிவம் கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் மலர்ந்து இங்கு வந்துதித்தேன். கேளுங்கள். வரம் வேண்டும் அன்பர்களும் வருந்தி வாழ்வு பாரஞ்சுமந்து நொந்து தீர்வு வேண்டும் மக்களோடு வாழ்வில் திருப்பம் வேண்டும் என நினைக்கும் எல்லோரும் வாருங்கள். பரமேஸ்வரி பக்குவமாய் அருளும் சக்தியோடு புக்தியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் வரமும் பெற்று வாழ்வாங்கு வாழ்ந்திடுங்கள். கையிலையின் கல்பதரு பரமேஸ்வரி வந்துதித்தேன். கேட்டவர்க்கு கேட்டபடியும் கேட்டதின் மிகுமையும் நன்மை தரவே வந்தோம். உண்மை சொல்லவே வந்தோம். உமையாள் வந்துதித்தோம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
से
சேபந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு செவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகள் கால்கரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு செவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகள் கால்கரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. கொல்லூரு குங்குமோ கோபத்தை காட்டவே ஆத்தா செவந்தபடி மாறாடே வெள்ளி பிரம்பெடுத்து மாறாடே. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. எல்லை விட்டு ஓடுங்களே. வேப்ப மரத்தடி பூச நடக்குது வேதவல்லி வரசேரி பம்ப சொல்லுது. வேப்ப மரத்தடி பூச நடக்குது வேதவல்லி வரசேரி பம்ப சொல்லுது. பூத காத்துல ஊரும் பிடிகளை ஓட சொல்லி அம்மா விட்ட சூலம் வருது. பூத காத்துல ஊரும் பிடிகளை ஓட சொல்லி அம்மா விட்ட சூலம் வருது. வெப்ப இலையிலே கத்தி போலவே அத்தா இருக்கிறா தெரியலையா. பாடி காத்திலே ஏறி வருகிறா கொல்லாமாயமே ஓடலையா. அம்மா செவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. பாராம ஓடுங்களே. காலம் காலமா காக்கும் தெய்வமா மாரியம்மா வந்து விட்டால் தொல்லை இல்லையே. காலம் காலமா காக்கும் தெய்வமா மாரியம்மா வந்து விட்டால் தொல்லை இல்லையே. மாசம் அங்குசம் பார்வதியோ கைவசம் பாவங்களே உங்களுக்கு வேலை இல்லையே. பாசம் அங்குசம் பார்வதியோ கைவசம் பாவங்களே உங்களுக்கு வேலை இல்லையே. நெத்தி மணந்திட சுட்ட சாம்பலா சக்தி இருக்கிறா தெரியலையா. பட்ட குங்குமம் தீயாய் வருகுதே கொல்லாமாயமே போகலையா. அம்மா சேவந்திருக்க ஆவேசம் கொண்டிருக்க சொல்லாம ஓடுங்களே சொல்லதரும் மாயங்களே. கருமாறி வந்திருக்க கண்ணு சேவந்திருக்க காத்து கருப்புகளை காதரிக்க ஓடுங்களே. கொல்லூரு குங்குமோ கோபத்தை காட்டவே ஆத்தா சேவந்தபடி மாறாளே வெள்ளி பிரம்பெடுத்து வாராளே. சமயபுரத்து கதவு திறக்க சிங்கம் ஒண்ணு பிடரி சிலிர்க்க கருவறை விட்டு தேவி அம்மா வாராளே. அக்னி ஜுவாலை கண்ணி விளக்க உடுக்கை சத்தம் காற்றில் பறக்க கோமளவல்லி கோபம் கொண்டு கோட்டை விட்டு வாராளே.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்
Sanghavasini Ananda Tatastu. Go to Adi Kailasa. It is time to revive yourself. Jokin Joseph Tatastu. When I ordain, I sustain. Go. Om. Mohini Dev. Practice the samyama of Swarajya Shakti Samadhi for 11 days and come back. I'll give you the spiritual name and initiation. Go.
மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாக்கு
Om Rani Ayyar Tatastu. Vinit Pulavarayar Tatastu. Kiran Vaha Tatastu. Yohanyana Rupini Tatastu. Ari Krishnan Sokalingam Tatastu. Anil Koltur Agattum Tatastu.
மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாக்கு மாநகர் காஞ்சியிலே காமாக்கு மதுரை அரசாளும் மீனாக்கு
Shamala Devi Ramasami அஞ்ச வேண்டாம், பார்த்துக் கொள்கிறேன் போ. உமாமகேஸ்வரி கவலை வேண்டாம் போ, பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுகின்றேன். ராஜேஸ்வரி ரமணேயா முறையாய் சாம்ராஜ்ய சித்தி சமாதி செய்து சம்யமத்தை கடைபிடிக்கச் சொல் உன் மகனை. செய்ய வேண்டியதைச் செய்கின்றேன். இல்லையேல் அவன் வாழ்க்கை அவன் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளட்டும் போ. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே, பொம்மலாட்டந்தா இந்த வாழ்க்கையே, பூமியின் மேடையில் தினம் தினம் ஆசை நூலிலே ஆட வைப்ப.
ஓம் சுதாதண்டபாணி. வேலை விட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. என்றென்றும் பரமசிவன் வேலையே உன் வேலை என்று உணர்ந்து உன் வேலையையும் தொடர்ந்து செய். உன் வேலையையும் நானே பார்த்து என் வேலையையும் நீ பார்க்க வைத்து இருவேலையையும் நாமே நடத்துகின்றோம். எவ்வேளையும் துறக்க வேண்டாம் போ.
அருள்வரம் தங்கட தங்கடத்தோம் தங்கட தங்கட தீம்பல்லாங்கு தக்க திமிதத்தோம் தத்தோம் திங்கட திங்கடத்தோம் திங்கட
Patricia Bamburi. Remember this one truth, you are conscious being beyond gender, nation, body, mind. Remember your conscious sovereignty. You will reach my feet. Om. Om. Asta Chavla, Tatastu. Kavida Batra, Tatastu. Shanti Anjali. Keep my form in this Parashakti's manifestation. With Krishna Balaram, I'll protect him. I'll heal him. Om, Om. Jnana Sukadharmini, Tatastu. Go.
அழகிய மயிலே மழை தரும் முகிலே என் பாண்டி தேவியே மரகத குயிலே மதுரையின் தமிழே மீனாட்சி தேவியே பச்சை பசும் கிளியே கொஞ்சம் குழல் மொழியே நெஞ்சின் நினைவலையே மிஞ்சும் சுவையமுதே ஆடும் ஈசன் சூடும் பூவே வருவா சிவா என்றும் நீயே. ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம்.
ஓம் சுப்ரியா மௌர்யா ததாஸ்து. You will have my darshan before the next sunrise. Om. 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 Hemavati Uma Maheshwar Tatastu. Mahashakti Ananda. Intensely manifest conscious sovereignty samyama and then come back and ask me for boon. Your cunning mind only negotiates, never receives. Drop the negotiation pattern and cunningness. Surrender to conscious sovereignty and come back. Then I'll give you your right and what is cosmically right. Om. Harilina Shri. Make your son to do Shri Vidya Puja. Then I will give him all the rightful things, including spiritual name. Harish Tangavel. கேளாது அளிக்கும் என் கேடில் புகழை கேடு செய்யாது உனக்கு கேடு வராததை மட்டும் அளிப்பேன் போ. நித்திய சங்கல்பிதன். உலகத்தில் உனக்கிருக்கும் ஒரே கடன் என் உருவாய் உன் குடும்பத்தில் அவதரித்திருக்கும் எனை என்னிடம் கொண்டு வந்து சேர்த்து இருக்கச் செய்து நானே மலர்ந்திட நல்வழி செய்வது ஒன்றே. மற்ற எக்கடனும் உனக்கில்லை, கவலை வேண்டாம். மற்ற எல்லா கடனும் தானாய் கழிந்து போகும். உலகிற்கு நீ வந்த ஒரே கடன் உத்தமி ஸ்கந்தமாதா என்னுள் உறைந்து நானாய் மலர்ந்திட நல்வழி செய்து தடையலாம் விலக்கி நல் தந்தையாயிருப்பதே. அதைச் செய்போதும் மற்றதெல்லாம் நாம் செய்வோம். நல்லதே அளிப்போம். உன் குடும்பத்திற்கும் குடும்பத்தின் மூலம் உலகிற்கும் உற்ற பெறும் நன்மையாய் வந்துற்றவள் ஸ்கந்தமாதா. அவள் மலர குடும்பம் மலரும், குலம் மலரும், குவலயம் மலரும். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
குங்குமமும் கொலிக்குது மாரியமானி வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே. நெஞ்சம் இணைக்குது அங்கம் சிலிர்க்குது அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே. மஞ்சள் மணக்குது குங்குமமும் கொலிக்குது மாரியமானி வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே. நெஞ்சம் இணைக்குது அங்கம் சிலிர்க்குது அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே. சந்தனமுடி மீது அம்மாடி இறங்கு, பச்சை புள்ள வேணியிலே பாம்பழகி இறங்கு.
ஓம் ஹெமகேஷா ஆறுமுகம் ததாஸ்து. உனை காக்கின்றேன் கவலை வேண்டாம் போ. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
சந்தன முடி மீது அம்மாடி இறங்கு, பச்சை புள்ள வேணியிலே பாம்பழகி இறங்கு. அச்சுதனின் பேரை சொல்லி ஆனந்தமாயிறங்கு, இச்சையுடன் அருள்வாக்கு வாரி வாரி வழங்கு. மாரியம்மா காளியம்மா சூலியம்மா நீலியம்மா பச்சையம்மா எல்லையம்மா துளுக்கானத்தம்மா. மாரியம்மா காளியம்மா சூலியம்மா நீலியம்மா பச்சையம்மா எல்லையம்மா துளுக்கானத்தம்மா. மஞ்சள் மணக்குது குங்குமமும் கொலிக்குது மாரியம்மா நீ வாசம் செய்யும் போதிலே. நஞ்சம் கிணிக்குது அங்கம் சிலிர்க்குது அம்மாடி உன் பெருமை பேசும் போதிலே.
ஓம் டொரைன் முதலியார் சாந்த சக்தினி is your spiritual name. Go.
சந்தனம் மணக்குது சாம்பிராணி மணக்குது சங்கரி மலையரசி வரும் கோவிலே. கற்பூரம் மணக்குது வெற்றிலையும் மணக்குது கருமாறி நீ ஆடி வரும் கோவிலே. நல்ல குறி சொல்ல வந்த நாகமுத்துவாரி பிள்ளைகளை காத்திடமா பாளையத்துக்காரி உள்ளமெனும்.
Om Gatyayani Krishna. Who needs healing need to come and surrender to Devi. Bring them and ask for healing. I will save. Go. Om Sangeeta Tatastu.
கண்ணியம்மா செல்லியம்மா செல்லாத்தம்மா நாகாத்தம்மா மேகாத்தம்மா கருகாத்தம்மா புண்ணியம்மா.
ஹரி கிருஷ்ணன் சொக்கலிங்கம் ததாஸ்து. அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். நாம் இருக்கும் அகம் உனை அகத்துள்ளே ஆனந்தத்தோடு வைத்திருப்போம். அயலார்க்கு விட்டு கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். அஞ்சாதே போ. தீபா பிரபாகரன். உடல் வலி உள்ளோரை வரச் சொல், கொடுக்கின்றேன் வரம். இது கடையில் கிடைக்கும் பொருள் அல்ல, நீ கொண்டு சென்று அவர்க்கு அளித்திட. வேண்டுவோரை வரச் சொல்.
மஞ்சளிலே காப்பு கட்டி மாவிலையில் தோரணம் கட்டி பம்பை உடுக்கை ஓசை கொட்டி பதிபோட்டு குறி கேட்டோம்.
ஓம் பரமேஸ்வரி கிருஷ்ணன் ததாஸ்து. சுனீதிகானந்தா ரமேஷ் ததாஸ்து. வெரோனிகா பேயர் ததாஸ்து.
உடுக்க சத்தம் உன் ஆலயத்தில் ஒழிக்குதம்மா. ஆடி வாசம் பொங்கரக எங்க வீடு தேடி வந்ததம்மா. அதில் மாரியாத்தா விளையாடும் மருளாட்டும் தெரிந்ததம்மா. மாரியாத்தா முத்து மாரியாத்தா நீ அருளாடி குறி சொல்ல வாடியாத்தா.
ஓம் அனுப்கே ததாஸ்து. ஓம்
மாரியாத்தா நீ கலகலன்னு ஓடிவாணி மாரியாத்தா. சமயபுரத்தானே மாரியாத்தா சர்வ வடிவெடுத்து ஆடிவாடி மாரியாத்தா. தாயே எல்லையிலே அமர்ந்தவளே மாரியாத்தா. அங்கு எருமைகளா காவு கொண்டா மாரியாத்தா. முக்கோண சக்கரத்தில் மாரியாத்தா.
ஓம் குயின்ஹாங் ததாஸ்து. மகாஜனனி ததாஸ்து. யாங்ஷாசி ததாஸ்து. ஓம் ஓங்காரிணி ததாஸ்து. ஜாங்லிங்சி ததாஸ்து. நித்ய காவ்யகலானந்தா ததாஸ்து. யோக சரஸ்வதி ததாஸ்து. ஓம்
வெப்பிலைக்கு உள்ளிருக்கும் மாரியாத்தா. அவன் வெப்பஞ்சேலை கட்டி வர மாரியாத்தா. குங்குமத்தில் குடியிருக்கும் மாரியாத்தா. அவன் பொக்கரிக்கு ஓடி வர மாரியாத்தா. பெற்றவளே பெரியவளே மாரியாத்தா. எங்க பேர் விளங்க வைத்தவளே மாரியாத்தா. முத்த துணை யாரும் இல்லை மாரியாத்தா. உன் அருள் தேடி ஓடி வந்தேன் மாரியாத்தா. போட்ட முத்த தான் எடுக்க மாரியாத்தா. அவ பொக்கரக ஏந்தி வர மாரியாத்தா. வெள்ளி பீரம்
ஓம் தின்னரசி கோவிந்தன் ததாஸ்து. அளிக்கின்றேன் ஆன்ம முக்தி போய் வா. பார்பி பார் யோகமயன் is your spiritual name. Go. Gita Devi tatastu. Nithyananda Prajna tatastu. I will save Steve. Don't worry. Go. Shanmuha Shanmuha tatastu. I'll protect your mother and heal. Go.
பிறம்பு பிறந்ததடி மாரியாத்தா. அது பித்தாண்டி சன்னதியில் மாரியாத்தா. உன் உடுக்கை பிறந்ததடி மாரியாத்தா. அந்த உத்தாட்ச பூமியிலே மாரியாத்தா. பம்பை பிறந்ததடி மாரியாத்தா. அந்த பழிந்தும மண்டபத்தில் மாரியாத்தா. ஒன்று கரகமடி மாரியாத்தா. உனக்கு முத்தான பங்கரகம் மாரியாத்தா. 5 கரகமடி மாரியாத்தா. அது அசைந்தாடும் நக்கரகம் மாரியாத்தா.
Niranjan Pandey tatastu. I will protect and heal my son Nityeshwar. Go. Om. Sindhu Charan Tatast. Toti tatastu, Mashwang tatastu, Ninghu Chen tatastu, Edmund Chan tatastu, Liu Ning tatastu.
அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே, அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே, ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே, அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே, ஆடும் கலையில் நாயகன் நானே, எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே, எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே, என் இசை நின்றார் அழகும் உலகே. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலம் எல்லாமே, அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பெரிதா. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலம் எல்லாமே, அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பெரிதா. ஆளாயிரொரு பாட வந்தவனி பாடுமாயை மூட வந்ததொரு பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே, பாடும் உண்மை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே, பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே.
శ్రీలక్ష్మి పూజ తిలకించవే, దేవి కరుణించు భక్తులకును కనిపించ శ్రీలక్ష్మి పూజ తిలకించవే దేవి. శ్రీలక్ష్మి పూజ తిలకించవే దేవి.
Nitya Parvati Priyananda, I have protected you from the death, protected you from COVID. Be extremely cautious. Do not allow again getting infected. Protect yourself with extreme cautiousness. Go.
பூசை போட்டு கஞ்சி ஊத்தி வெற்றி மேளம் கொட்டலாமோ எல்லாருக்கும் என்றாலும்
ராமநாதன் ஜெயராமன் ததாஸ்து, ஜட்டாசக்திகானந்தா ததாஸ்து, பிரயான் ஹுவாங் ததாஸ்து, மா பரமேஷ ததாஸ்து, மா ஆனந்தினி ததாஸ்து.
வந்து கோயில் கொண்ட குங்குமகாரி
योगेश्वरी राजगोपाल तथास्तु, राजी कृष्णन तथास्तु, कौसल्याराम तथास्तु. ओम ओम ओम. मायादास तथास्तु. सुजाता कृष्णमूर्ति तथास्तु. सुंदर सुंदर तथास्तु. प्रवीणा सूर्या तथास्तु. गो.
ஊஞ்செல்லாடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே, ஆடுக ஊஞ்செல்லாடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே. அம்மா மதுரை மீனாட்சி, அருள்வாய் காஞ்சி காமாட்சி, அன்பாய் என்னை ஆதரித்து அல்லல் போக்கும் என் தாயே. அன்னை தேவி பராசக்தி, என்னை படைத்தது உன் சக்தி. வாழ்வை தந்து வளம் தந்து வாழ்க்கை கடலில் கரையேற்று, ஆடுக ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே, ஆடுக ஊஞ்சல் ஆடுகவே அம்மா தாயே ஆடுகவே. கலியுகம் காக்கும் கண்மணியே, கண்களில் இருக்கும் கருமணியே, நீ வாழும் எங்கள் ஆலயத்தில் வந்தவர்க்கெல்லாம் வளம் பெறுமே. ஓங்கார பொருள் நீதானே, உலகம் என்பதும் நீதானே. காணும் இயற்கை காட்சிகளும் காற்றும் மழையும் நீதானே. உலகத்தின் இருளை போக்கிடுவாய். உலக கோயில் உன் கோவில், உயரும் மூச்சும் உன் வடிவம், பேச்சும் செயலும் உன் செயலே, பெருகட்டும் உந்தன் பேரருள்.
ஓம் 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 பூதேஸ்வரானந்த ததாஸ்து. Swami Charles Joseph Tatastu. Ramya Ganesh, you don't need anything else, anybody else other than me. Om Lee Kim Har Tatastu, you will be healed. Om
ಸಿಂಹಮುಗತ್ತಿನಿ ಕಣ್ಣ ನಿರತ್ತಿನಿ ಮಂದಿರ ನತ್ತಿನಿ ತುಂಬ ನಿವತ್ತಿನಿ ಮಾಯಿನಿ ಘೋರ ರೂಪಿಣಿ ತಾಯಿ ಮನಮೋ ಕುಳಿದುಂ ಕಾಲೆ ತುಂಬನಿ ನಾரண நடத்திம கோபம் தணித்த காரணியம்மா கருணையின் பூரணி மாலினி திரிசூலினி 14 லோக பரிபாலனி சாமி நம்ம பிரத்யங்கிரா பேச்சுண்ணி உயிர் மூச்சுண்ணி சிவாயினி எங்கள் சிந்தாமணி யுக ஸ்வரூபிணி நிரந்தரணி ஆபத்தை காக்கும் தேவினி ஜென்ம பாவத்தை தீர்க்கும் நிவாரணி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி தும்ப நிவத்தினி கிணி கிணி கிண்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி கிணி கிணி கிண்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பே பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி. முகத்தினி அழி தரும் கரத்தினி சத்ருகுல நாசினி பைரவனின் பத்தினி ராஜசிம்ம வாகினி நீயே சங்கு சக்கர தாரிணி தாயே முக்திதாயினி அம்மா கௌலினி திங்கிணியார பாணி கல்யாணி அனங்கினி அம்மா ஆவேச காளினி ஆயிரம் சூரிய பிரகாசினி சர்வமங்கள சண்டி துகேசினி விந்தியாச்சல வாசினி சிறினி பிரத்யங்கிரா சாமி வடிவில் அருள் வாக்கு சொல்லும் சர்வேசினி நிவர்த்தி பூஜைகள் செய்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிம்மதி தருகிற சாந்தினி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி தும்ப நிவர்த்தினி சூட்சுமகாரிணி சூத்திரதாரிணி ஜனனி அருக்காணி பவதாரணி கிணி பிணி கிங்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி கை பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி.
ஓம் பிரபாகரன் என்எஸ், உன் மகனை உருப்படியாய் தினந்தோறும் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரர்க்கு ருத்ராபிஷேகம் செய்யவை. பிறகு வழியும் சொல்லுகின்றேன், வழியும் காட்டுகின்றேன், சக்திகள் அளிக்கின்றேன், சத்தியம் சொல்லுகின்றேன். போய் வா.
பிரத்யங்க தேவினி மகிஷாசுர மர்தினி யாரிணி நீலாம்பரதாரிணி சூரிணி லட்சுமி கடாட்சினி.
ஓம் கவிதாராம சுப்பிரமணியம் ததாஸ்து. மகன் மகேஸ்வரனை காக்கின்றேன், போ.
வினோதினி எதிரி அடிக்கும் சம்ஹாரிணி சிம்மமுகத்தினி கண்ண நிறத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி கும்ப நிவர்த்தினி அங்கணியமானி அதர்வணி தாயே அனந்தினி நாகினி சொர்ண கோணமினி இனி கிணி கிண்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி பெபே பிணி ஓட்டம் சிரோன்மணி.
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். லிசா ஈசான சிவசக்தி ததாஸ்து. ஓம்
వాసిని సింహముఖత్తిని கண்ணனிரத்தினி மந்திர நத்தினி குந்த நிவர்த்தினி லதனினி யுக யுக தர்மமி எங்கள் சுடர்மணி தாயே சூடாமணி கிணி கிணி கிண்கிணி மாலை மனோன்மணி பிணி பிணி வேப்பிணி ஓப்பன் சிரோன்மணி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். அனைவர்க்கும் ஆனந்தமும் அருளும் பொழிந்து புண்ணிய ஞானமும் யோகமும் வீரத்தொடு விவேகமும் சக்தியும் மங்களமும் சங்கடங்கள் தீர்த்து சங்கரி நன்மையாய்ச் செய்தோம் உண்மையாய்ச் செய்தோம். தரிசனம் கண்டோர்க்கு நன்மை கேட்டோர்க்கும் நன்மை பெற்ற வரமெலாம் மங்களம் ஆகிடும். ஓம் 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 ஆனந்தமாயிருங்கள். ஓம் 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 ஓம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஓம்.
மத்தியபுரி தாயன்று சித்தம் நித்தம் ஏங்குதே சொர்க்கபுரி சுகவாணியே மாதுளையே சொக்கனுடல் சரி பாதியே கைகை நதி நீ என்று நெஞ்சில் வெள்ளம் மோதுதே தென்மதுரை சிவகாமியே தாமரையே தெள்ளு தமிழ் கவி தோணுதே நடமயிலே கொடி மலரே அழகே நடுவூர் கருவறை உரைபவளே நவமணியே வளர்மதியே அமுதே அடியார் திருவருள் உமையவளே மத்தியபுரி தாயென்று சித்தம் நித்தம் ஏங்குதே சொர்க்கபுரி சுகவாணியே மாதுளையே சொக்கனுடல் சரி பாதியே. தரும் சிவனோடு நீ இங்கு வாராயோ நிழலென துணை வரும் உனதருள் என விடுமா அனலென சுடு மனம் பனிபடும் நிலை வருமா உனது பாதமணி எனது கீதமடி தினமும் பாடி பாடி நானும் உருகிட வருவாய் நடுவூர் அன்னை இங்கு நீயே மத்தியபுரி தாயென்று சித்தம் நித்தம் ஏங்குதே சொர்க்கபுரி
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are.
Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattanasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is a power manifestation. It is a cognitive shift, what we understand as body and the mind, to the superconscious space of Paramashiva as our reality. The science of power manifestation, because it is repeatable and it can be experienced by each one of us. The evidences are listed here. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural evidences, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramanas, the experience and the results of the Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvars, Siddhas, millions of them who have experienced the power manifestation as their reality. And those are authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas, to showcase how a human being can have a cognitive shift and have a superconscious breakthrough as the Paramashiva as the reality. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciples, devotees, followers, just like all of us, who are in the Kailash courtyard. Bhagavan himself manifests through all of us as the superconscious breakthrough. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state, the thoughtless space that Bhagavan has beautifully given us as ultimate reality, which is the reason why we are here to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Beautifully, Bhagavan has given the Shastra Pramana from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, the consciousness, Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness beyond the mind, and Tantra is the method, like how you have the methods outer world. Here, beautifully, he has given the method to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. This is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 59, Dharana 36.
Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 59, Dharana 36. Gatadibhanjane drishtim bitti त्यक्त्वा विनिक्षिपेत् तुल्यं तक्षणात् गत्वा तल्लया तन्मयो भवेत् घटादिभाञ्जने दृष्टिं भित्तिस्त्यक्त्वा विनिक्षिपेत् तुल्यं तक्षणात् गत्वा तल्लया तन्मयो भवेत्.
Beautifully, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, just fix your sight through the third eye inside a pot or any other object with single pointed awareness, dropping the idea of the object having any length or breadth or characteristics or forms or shapes or support with any of our thoughts that are at very moment we become, the yogi has been absorbed into the depth of the object, instantaneously enters into the space of uniting and absorption into the complete oneness happens. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says how we experience the ultimate reality, how we are the ultimate reality. The pot, the katakasha that we are, that we think that we are made of just the body and just the thought. But very many times it is proven that those are not true. Every day when we go into the sleep state, we don't have body nor our thoughts. Both are not there. And 1/3 of our life already we are spending in that. And we have the mind which is active but body is not still there in our dream state because the body is sleeping. And we are creating our own reality and we are experiencing that. Here in the waking state, again, there is mind and the body, and we have the conscious awareness where we can experience the higher reality. Not just the mind and body, the consciousness, the Paramashiva space in us. When we experience that, that becomes Chitakasha. We become the ultimate Paramashiva in us. All that we need to do, Bhagavan says, is nothing that we need to drop. There is nothing for us to change. There is nothing for us to change the world nor us. Whatever is the change, look in who is that who's experiencing the change. Who is that who's experiencing everything? The mind keeps on giving us all kinds of reality that we think we are perceiving, but actually it is not even existing. It's like a mirage. You go run there, it is not there. That is why the Balasans, when they were able to see where is the pain is not there because the mind is not there. The pain is in the mind, clearly shows how the Balasans are experiencing. When we can relate it to the phantom leg effort, the amputated leg creates a phantom pain and or a phantom inch, and they are scratching their legs, but there is no leg. They are amputated. They don't have a leg. Then where are they scratching? And when we watch some videos, we feel like something is happening in our body, but actually it is happening in our mind. Even when we get hurt, we don't say my body got hurt, please treat this. We only say I got hurt, please can I have some medicine? So we are very clear it is happening in our mind. So where is this mind? When I look into it, it is not there. Then where is it existing? So Bhagavan says all we need to do is just watch it with beautiful processing that is going on, which puts us into the different states, and be Paramashiva. Declare that you were Paramashiva, you are Paramashiva. Just watching the whole stream, what's happening. Bhagavan says, even you cannot put your leg in a stream second time, not even the first time. He corrects himself by saying that there is no mind and there is nothing that for us to even experience. And what is that then we are experiencing constantly in the outer world? It is a happening. Bhagavan says, like you imagine yourself to be a big 3D theater and yourself from the back of the head for 3 days and see everything happening on yourself. And for 3 days, if you understand that nothing is touching you, it is happening in your presence, yes, but it is not you. And when you understand that it is not you, you will simply be the oneness with Paramashiva. All we need to recognize is something beyond this delusion, there is somebody, and that was there when before we were born, and that is there after we are dead, and that is there in the deep sleep, that we know ourselves, it exists. Just recognizing that very space, the Paramashiva in us, each one of us have Parashakti, Paramashiva in us. Recognizing that space, we are in the quantum space. It is as simple as that. When Ramana Maharshi was asked, first time you had a death experience, why did you not tell me? The friend asked, the classmate, his very close classmate, that he speaks very openly. And if in the Ramana biography it is clearly said, he said he thought he had some disease. When Bhagavan experienced the great signs of Paramashiva in him at 12 years, he thought ghost caught him. So the first experience was something beyond what we recognize as the reality. When we understand the higher science, how we can exist, the higher reality. When Ramakrishna Paramahamsa touched Vivekananda, 3 days he was in the deep samadhi, that he didn't know the difference between the food and the hand and his body. When he was asked to read Ashtavakra Gita, Vivekananda refused and said, I am not going to read and I don't understand all these things. So Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he gave a touch of a glimpse of the ultimate. All these truths again and again told to us so that we understand that the higher reality, each one of us do exist, and recognizing that was the only purpose of our life, to come down and know that we are Paramashiva, Parashakti, each one of us, the Brahman. And it is quite possible because we are here in the Kailash Courtyard and Bhagavan is not going to leave us unless we experience it. Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvas, Siddhas who have experienced it. Guru Nanak ji, the greatest of all the avatar, he was sitting in a tree, which is a Retha tree, Retha fruit. And he was sitting and he was giving the fruit, and the other person ate the fruit and he said, it's so sweet. Usually it is sour. So it just, the side of the whole tree became so sweet. Even today you can go and eat it. It is called Mita Rita sweet tree. The tree still exists and it is sweet on one side and it is sour on the other side. It's such a beautiful space that when the Mahatma sits in any form and everything, the Nevedyam becomes the prasada, it becomes the ultimate taste. Today we are going to play with the nature and how Bhagavan is giving us a very powerful cognition to experience the greater reality. Let's listen to Bhagavan.
I don't have putra or putri. I have thousands of kumaras and kumaris. Understand, I don't have putra or putris, but I have thousands of kumaras and kumaris. Putra is different, kumara is different. Whoever carries the name Nitya Ananda in them and integrated to that name are all my kumaras and kumaris. Subramanya is Kumara. Not just Putra. He is the expansion. I'm not even using the word extension. I'm using the word expansion. Fruit can be better than the seed if the atmosphere is supporting. Fruit can be better than the seed if the Vatavarana is supporting. Understand? Everyone who carries my name in their name, being integrated to it, are all my kumaras. And listen, I'm repeating, fruit can be better than the seed if Vatavarana supports. You can be better than me because you have a Sangha. When I blossom, I had a different type of Sangha, but when you are blossoming,
You have a consciously created, built Sangha specially for this. Sangha is the highest advantage for all of you. So you can be the better fruit than the seed. Better fruit than the seed. Thousands and thousands and thousands of fruits are going to happen. I know. I should say maybe millions, not just thousands. Fruits are going to happen. That is why I am creating a Vatavarana, Sangha, with such high integrity. Understand? Highest integrity is required for the spiritual ambience, Vatavarana. So much of healing has happened because of the Environment Day meditation. I am putting this on record. I'll prove it by next year. This whole year is going to be amazing rains for India.
Shakshi Pramana. Beautifully, Bhagavan explained how we are all Kumara and Kumari. In courtyard, Bhagavan initiates.
First, they'll just come and listen to you. Like, whatever you say, they'll do. By today, tomorrow, the Balasans will be able to manifest this power of programming biomemory and muscle memory of animals and plants. You can play in front of everyone's eyes directly.
Beautiful initiation that Bhagavan gave in the courtyard to the Balasans, how they can initiate the greater science of reality. How the tree behind the Gurukul, even today the tree is, every year the tree does not give any fruit. But when Bhagavan told them, the Balasans, to go and ask, the tree gave fruits for every child, how much ever they wanted to eat, mango tree. And even today it is there, but not even one mango we have seen. Only that year we had so many mangoes of different taste and different texture and all kinds of sizes. Just for the Balasans, whatever they desired and asked the tree gave. It's clearly seen, and even in the rose plants that Balasans make, even the leaves, petals were in the shape of the heart. This is a proven science. It's not just the tree, the water crystals in your body. The crystals in the body is in a beautiful formation when you are in such a oneness. 70% we are made of water. And if we are angry and upset constantly, it's like a sewage and drainage in us. Bhagavan says we are always stinking. Then science has proven that. The babies are such in a beautiful space of oneness, manifesting the ultimate reality. And all this greater science again and again has shown us how we have experienced the reality in our life. And in spite of not believing in so many things, with self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred, Bhagavan gives a beautiful guidelines for each one of us to manifest. Power manifestation is the easiest way to experience the enlightened space. That's why after each satsang, each darshan, Bhagavan is again and again reiterating for each one of us to experience what is the prasada for us to receive. Each one, after having a darshan in a temple, receives the prasada individually. Like that, Bhagavan is giving us the greatest prasada from Kailasa to experience the higher reality. It's not just some reading something or moving something. It is the conscious sovereignty. We become the consciousness, and this is the simplest and easiest method Bhagavan has given us to immediately experience after the boons of the Devi, to be in that auspicious space and manifest as powers. You can keep few fruits or leaves in front of you and you're going to make it ripen. And this is pretty easy because not just you, even the fruit listens to Mahavakya, it becomes a prasada. So such an easy thing to make any of the fruit. You can keep lemon and make it sweet, and you can keep some mangoes, green mangoes, and make it ripe. Anything that you want to keep, or you can make the leaf and keep it the leaf and you can see the changes. How will it change so fast? Yes, Bhagavan says so beautifully, just 3 seconds we take to eat, or we take to walk, we take to answer a question. Same way, nature also, it takes only 3 seconds to manifest its powers. Only thing, we have to connect to it in deeply in oneness and we can experience the reality. If you keep 2 cups of fenugreek seed, one name it as love and you keep it in all these power manifestation darshan time, and one you keep it in anger, and whenever you're upset, keep it close to you. See what happens. In 3 days, you will know how the plants are growing or dying in your own presence. That's why Bhagavan always says all of us should have a rose plant and make the thorn fall down so that you know your inner space do not have any anger inside. So now we are going to have some fruits in front of us and we are going to experience oneness and ripen the fruit, the power of nature. The power of nature is very simple because all of us are very close to the nature, and nature rather is very close to us. All over, we run to beach, we do the mountain climbing, all the time we are wanting to be with the nature because nature is Paramashiva. All the things that we can learn is there in the nature. And now let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva, Parashakti. All that the happening, beautiful gesture, the boons, the smile, the grace, the gorgeous looks, all that bring to your third eye. Again and again, bringing that to your third eye and remembering Paramashiva in your inner space and chanting the Mahavakya continuously makes you into the higher frequency, disappearing from this body and the mind, the so-called mind that exists. Just be a witness and awareness and continuously chant and enjoy the whole presence of Bhagavan. And entangle with Bhagavan continuously is the most beautiful thing that you can experience in the oneness space. And chanting the Mahavakya, the mantra, which removes all the thoughts which are there inside you and bringing you to the complete oneness with Paramashiva. The manifestation simply happens. You can record it, you can take a picture of it before you start. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Put away your gadgets, put away your thought, unclutch from every thought. If any thought happens, just unclutch from that. Tell you're busy with Paramashiva, you'll attend to everything later on. Again and again, bring your awareness back. Initially, it might look like you're doing a work that you're bringing back, but after some times, anything you teach the mind, it becomes a habit, and awareness becomes the habit. You are consciousness, you are Paramashiva. It's very simple and very beautiful, that experience that we can have a glimpse and manifest all these powers. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep vibration from our navel center, not loudly but deeply with a deep listening.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Such a beautiful space for each one of us to experience. Now you can see how it has manifested as a ripened fruit or a change in the leaf, or if you have done to a tree or a plant, whatever. Take a picture of that. If you still feel you need some more time, again surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Where else we can experience the Paramashiva state, space and powers. The only thing we can do is again and again surrender everything to Bhagavan's lotus feet and merge into Bhagavan's lotus feet. That is the ultimate reality with which we can experience. How the Uddhava, when he asked Krishna, what is that he has to experience? What is that he has to do? Because Krishna is leaving. He says only one thing. Krishna says, look at everything as Krishna and merge into Krishna's lotus feet, and you will be in the beautiful presence of Krishna forever. That is all we need to experience again and again. Surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Whatever you are going through, just surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet and see what happens. Whatever is bothering you, and simply there will be a solution, such phenomenal solution, which your mind cannot think. Mind is such a poor calculator. It doesn't have any much of the power. It's like a very ancient computer, which doesn't even function. Windows 1, Bhagavan says he has upgraded you to Windows 10 by these initiations. Now, the way you exist is completely different. You are a Brahmanya Bahuputratam. You are the inheritance of cosmos, the favorite inheritance of the cosmos. Kumari and Kumara. That means you are the prince and princesses of Kailasa. Each one of you, whoever is there, that is very clearly said by Bhagavan here itself today, that we are blessed with such powerful space. If somebody comes and tells you, hey, you're $1 trillion kid, why are you here? Come on, live like one. What would you do? That's exactly, you have to hold that space inside you. I am Paramashiva. I am manifesting as Parashakti with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands, in such awareness, in such gracefulness, just experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva, Parashakti, and manifesting all the reality. Hold that powerful space for a few minutes. Whatever it might be in your life, just unclutch from that. We do that all the time in the dream and the deep sleep. We can also experience that in the awakening state, just with Bhagavan, few minutes of our life, just to be only with him. All we need to do is, how Devi says, Maunamani. She is a Maunamani because she doesn't want a thought between herself and Paramashiva. So be in that space as Devi, sitting like a Devi, so graceful, so beautiful, and so elegant and so powerful, and blessing the whole world with all the auspiciousness. All these powers, especially the power of nature, Bhagavan says, 3 gods exist. First is the nature. The next is the unmanifest. Third is the Guru himself. These are the only great gods that we can experience as even our perception. Now, just surrender to Bhagwan's lotus feet and tell the nature whatever you want, and simply the nature will respond. So, if you can have the tree next door in the out your window, that's also fine. If you can't bring any plant, but if you have a plant, please bring it, and you will experience such a beautiful space of oneness, because the plants or animals are so close to Bhagwan already. They are in such a beautiful space, and they are much more in higher listening. If we have been listening to the chanting every day, you will see how the plant grows completely different. Even the science have clearly seen that when they put the Vedas and the Rudram near the cow shed, the cow gives much, much more milk than an ordinary cow which would not listen. So all these great science is now giving us the reality, but this science is already known to us. What would I do? Surrender to Bhagwan. Surrender every thought. Bring Paramashiva into your inner space again and again, the verbalization, the visualization, everything. Only be with that. Just keep watching everything else as a happening, like you're a big screen and everything is happening on you. And just be there as Paramashiva Parashakti, and he will manifest the ultimate signs, ultimate auspiciousness and abundance in you. Let's start chanting for the second cycle, the power of nature. Put away your gadgets, sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, and continuously fall in love with it while you chant. Just merge into the chanting and you experience the greater space of oneness. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Such a beautiful space. Open your eyes and verify how it has changed the fruit or the leaf. You can take pictures and please share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, intensely, Bhagavan is giving us all these blessings for us to experience the greater reality. And when we share again and again, the whole reality is nothing but our own reflection. We think there is somebody else or something else. When we drop the delusion, we'll understand that they are nothing but our reflection that is happening as reality. That Bhagavan says, Shiva come down as Brahma, and Brahma asked what I'm supposed to do. And then he enlightened Brahma, and then Vishnu came, and then the whole thing came off. Everything is a happening from where you exist. You are the Brahman. That is why it says you are the Brahman. When you start sharing without any shyness or any inhibition that I am Paramashiva, I manifested this, more and more and more, you become Paramashiva. We are here to become Paramashiva, not become shy and deluded by again with all that incompletions. But the original state is Paramashiva, and nothing wrong in sharing that with everybody. I am Paramashiva, and that is what everybody is. In all the religion, it clearly says everybody is God. And we telling that is nothing new. And I am manifesting all these Shaktis. That is the only thing they have to understand. The auspiciousness and abundance comes as a side effect. So share with the world with such a space that you are a $1 trillion kid and you have become that. And that is the powerful space, the Brahmanya Bahuputratam, the favorite inheritance of the cosmos. Bhagavan has chosen us to tell the world because we are here. And they do not understand, they do not vibrate in that frequency for coming here. By telling them again and again and then seeing those messages with Bhagavan photo simply will make them liberated. Bhagavan says, once that he heard that just seeing one time in avatar, even in a stoplight, the person can be enlightened. And he says, I was thinking how that can happen. But when we just go into the space of death, that time the best things comes in front of us as few minutes of glimpse. And when Bhagavan's picture is there, our being only goes and picks up that. Even as little as Bhagavan's in a stoplight we have seen, Bhagavan says we can be enlightened. That powerful space is who he is and who we are holding that space. So without any shyness, without any inhibition, take 5 minutes of your time. Share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, surrender to Bhagavan. Again and again, hold that beautiful space. And if you see a $sign, you can contribute to Paramashiva. All the contribution that everybody is offering, thank you so much. All that you're supporting Kailasa is building a Kailasa inside you. It might be thinking like a very small, I just gave 1 unit of my currency. How can it build Kailasa inside me? That is what you're voting for, something which you believe as truth. Again and again, it becomes a reality in your inner space. For us, money is everything in our currency world. So when we vote with that, we become that. So that is the space of asking you to contribute 1 unit of your currency. And you sharing and contributing to the world, billions of them getting blessed by you. Simply you are blessed by them, into them realizing the Paramashiva space. So don't forget to share in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation and contribute to Kailasa. With a deep gratitude, let's surrender all these powers and powerful cognition to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, when we surrender to lotus feet, we expand in the cognition. And thank each one of you here, hundreds of you manifesting these great powers of Paramashiva, thanking you for being here also. With a deep gratitude and earning that I am Paramashiva, let's end this session with a Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you after the next darshan, our satsang in Kailash Kotya. Thank you, Nithyananda.